working. Any button? Oh shit. Does the mouse still work? Good. Start game. Low force. I think I'm gonna go on Contamination just to finish off. Probably not a lot. I'm pretty much gonna jump to Washout pretty soon, but just to see what is going on there. Man, right. I think we should be all good. In fact, probably need to move the mic a bit nearer. Is it picking up on? Yeah, it must be. Some pretty neatly stacked logs. I need 8 steel beams, which I think. See, I don't really want to do that one where I've got to like do electric all across there. I think I might have already. It's got damn horse. Got 11 beams. Celebration horn. Right, have I got a mule of some kind nearby? It's not looking good. What's over here? Not a mule. Aha. Not a mule. Where the hell are my mules? Not a mule. Oh, I've got to go and find them manually. It's not easy. Rebel by choice, morning mate. How's it going, man? Good to have you joining us. At least I finally remembered that I have a stream this week. I couldn't believe I just. Well, at least I made a video, but yeah, like thought it was Friday. Right, mules are up this end. Well, I mean, my loaf's there. Fuck it, we're recovering a vehicle. It's too far to be driving that. Again, I wish there was like some hint as to what these menus mean. How the hell would I mute that there? Yeah, recall that one. Where's he ending up? That'll do. It's goddamn horse. Best vehicle in the game. Knock that down. Right, one of the reasons I wanted to do this mission was, I think a train should appear. And I'm wondering if I'll actually get to keep it this time. Rebel, I've been up and down but feeling good. Yeah, good man. I've been seeing some of your comments. I've not replied. 1, I fell behind on comments. 2, I've been pretty busy. 3, my phone memory is full and it's glitching again, so I have to keep deleting shit. 4, I've been looking for like a new phone essentially again. And I don't know why, like it was a little bit annoying, but when I was looking last time for an iPhone 16, it was all relatively normal. And then now, since the iPhone 17's come out, for some reason, hardly anywhere has the iPhone 16 for sale, which I was hoping it would have gone down in price since the 17 is out. But it's almost like a lot of the phone companies have removed all the contracts for like iPhone 16s or anything, as if they're sort of forcing you into getting a 17, which I don't really want to buy like the latest and greatest thing if I can help it. But then the funny thing, I went on Apple, I went on O2, I think I went on Vodafone and something else, and none of them actually just tell you really like the price. Or in fact, sorry, O2 did in the end, but for some reason they're charging about 30 quid a month for like unlimited calls and minutes, and I'm currently on like a pay-as-you-go SIM card, and I can pay 15 quid and get all you can, like, whatever, all you can eat minutes and calls. And yeah, for some reason, if you get a phone contract, even though it breaks it down, like you're paying 30 something quid a month for a phone, but then it's another 30 something quid a month for like that yeah, the airtime, like the calls and minutes, which seems like a bit of a meaty rip-off. So it's not gone too well on looking for that. I know that was a bit of a tangent based on saying you're feeling up and down, but yeah, I have been seeing the comments. I've just been pretty damn busy. Yeah, mainly trying to do that. Like, I'm still trying to put off getting a phone, but mine is slowly getting older and older. YouTube started crashing a little bit more. Not that bad at the minute. It's not really like YouTube specifically. It's just in general, like the phone locks up because it's full of memory, and then it pops up saying your memory's full, delete some shit. And it kind of goes around in a bit of a quick cycle depending how empty the memory is. Or full, I should say. So, yeah, at some point I'm going to have to do it. Oh, I didn't even get the bloody train thing. Well, that must be... Is there a mission here? Ah, maybe it's lay that track. Let's do that. Do we have a crane nearby? I bet we bloody don't. Right, I might just take a big crane if I have one anywhere, somewhere. Again, I wish there was like different icons on this game for your vehicle. They all just blend into like these white diamonds, which make it a pain in the ass to figure out which vehicle is which. I don't know why. For some reason on SnowRunner I had a way easier time. Even though I ended up spawning quite a lot of vehicles as well. It's not like I only had 3 vehicles out on the map or something. Yeah, I don't know why. It just, well, for a start, the vehicles looked like... not exact, but they do like a picture of a truck rather than like a little vehicle and all the rest of it. It was good enough. On this game, I really just never remember where anything is or can't recognise anything. You kind of have to manually do it or zoom in every 2 seconds. Justin Lynch, hello. How's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Sorry, I'm trying to read and drive. Pretty safe thing to be doing. Kenneth Russ, Wolf, hope all is well. I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. Sort of feel a bit dizzy. I'm fine apart from that. I had a bath earlier and I think I overcooked myself with hot water. So I don't feel rough, but you know when you almost feel sleepy? Like, yeah, too much of a hot bath kind of cooked myself into tiredness. But apart from that, I'm not too bad, cheers, man. Hello everyone, hey Ken. Justin Lynch, still using the mule, huh? Yeah, to be fair, like, I've been using that, what's the version called? The Trailblazer or something. Which, I'll be honest, I don't even really know if it's the best or whatever. Obviously, when the game first came out, I was using the normal mule. And then they eventually released the, Voron, which I used that up until they released this DLC, which I got the mule Trailblazer. And then, yeah, to be honest, more just autopilot. Kept grabbing that one in the end, like spawn that out the garage and all the rest of it. Even though I have technically in the garage got like I should have several Vorons just sort of sat there by now. I do prefer the look of the mule Trailblazer one. But yeah, I'll be honest, I've not really put much thought into it. I just kind of, yeah, autopilot switched to that since it was the newest and haven't really thought about it beyond that. Rebel, I haven't done a Roadcraft video in a couple of days. How far are you into, like, right, yeah, because you start again a lot, actually, don't you? Which I respect. I was going to say, once I've done the rest of Washout, then, yeah. Hopefully the plan is, well, the plan anyway is to go on to Beast SnowRunner. But I've still got that craving for some different kind of game, but I can't even figure out what it is myself either. Well, I did see randomly on Steam yesterday, whatchamacallit, Red Dead Redemption 2 is on sale for 15 quid, which doesn't seem too bad. It also says, always gets me, like, makes me think, oh, what am I missing out on? That there's like a Red Dead Redemption 2 Ultimate Edition, but that's 100 quid, which is a bit of a hike. I think there is extra single player stuff on that added in, but it was also saying about online, and I'm not really bothered about some kind of Rockstar GTA 5 Wild West online experience where you're gonna have to buy some kind of like prehistoric shark cards. Not really into that. Rebel, fat thumb this morning. Can't get enough of SnowRunner. SnowRunner is just one of those games I could, like, in theory, endlessly play and just dawdle around on and kind of mess around. I mean, to be fair, it's a little bit like, as I mentioned, Grand Theft Auto 5. That's one of those games where I've put a ridiculous amount of hours into that in the past, even after completing the missions and 100% in it and whatnot. I think it's just messing around on the environment. It's pretty fun, and SnowRunner ticks that, like, messing around on the environment, but the environment is deformable as well, which is something obviously a lot of games miss out on, really. I mean, I bought that Manor Lords and that the other day because it was on, like, a pretty good sale. I've not even played that yet. I don't even know if that's the game that's going to scratch the itch. I remember, like, when I was sort of a teenager, you get some good games, but then every now and then there'd be a little gap where you're like, nah, I don't really know what I want to play. And back then it was, you could go to Blockbusters, and by around then they'd usually have some offers like you can rent 3 games. I didn't rent games very often at all, but every now and then it'd be like rent 3 games for £3 for 3 days or something. So then that way, £3, get 3 games, test them out, get a bit of a feel for if you're liking the game or not, and if you do, buy the game. Is there even like a modern version of renting games these days? Like, digitally renting them. But I suppose there's probably too much chance for people to kind of rent a game and then copy it or something and then not have to buy it. Oh, handbrake. I was going to say, these are just annoying to get out of these bloody roofed buildings. How dare they? What the hell's happening with the roof? It doesn't look too healthy. Looks like I've been here removing railway lines before. Justin Lynch, I'm still back on SnowRunner though. I only play Roadcraft privately anyway. Still haven't been back on it yet. Yeah, like I say, once I get these, I was going to say this and these, kind of blended it to these. Yeah, I'm going to go back to SnowRunner, but like I say, I'll also do want to kind of find some other games to mess around on. But I don't even know if I'll make videos or not, like, apart from SnowRunner, I mean, but if I do find some new random game to mess around on. Rebel, I'm up to episode 50 on SnowRunner, 47 on Roadcraft. Yeah, you're definitely chipping your way through it. And why is this pipe being such a tosser? I'm going to watch that lamp post. Right, we should be good. I need to see where it came from, but this rail car kind of followed me out of there as well for some reason. I'll blame it. Rebel, I'm getting ready for Road King. Why? Road King rings a bell. I must have seen the trailer for it or something, because something about that rings a bell. I nearly bought the other day as well. I still didn't. I'll put it into my cart, I think. I think that Euro Truck Simulator is about £4 something on Steam at the minute, which seems pretty cheap. Oh yeah, shit. May as well go over to the rail tracks. I remember this last time. Road's blocked. I don't think it leads where I want to go anyway, so I kind of need to jump across to here, but I remember it getting a little bit awkward along here. Looks like here would be better to climb up, but I remember last time it didn't go well. Because the fat chin of this crane. You can get the chin up. Keep your chin up. That went a hell of a lot better than last time. Rebel hard mode deluge. fair enough. Yeah, that's still a good chunk of the way through the game, though, isn't it? Kenneth Russ, keep ping-ponging on different games. Nothing seems appealing. Yeah, that's what, like, I just can't figure it out. I've not been ping-ponging as much. I've bought some games, though, like, yeah, in the attempt to ping-pong, but I think I just end up pouring all my time into Roadcraft and editing videos anyway. But yeah, I can't, like, I'm sure, I know it's one of them where it's like, music was better back in the day and all the rest of it, which I think it was. But yeah, I'm sure games were better back in the day, like more, I know graphics and that have improved. Like, I remember seeing something the other day on, like, a YouTube short, but it was Time Splitters, or Time Splitters 2, whatever, just the game in general. It was a great game back in the day. And yeah, I mean, there's a hell of a lot of others, but a lot of the big names seem to have died out. Like, say, don't really have Medal of Honor anymore. And that genre, like Brothers in Arms, Hell's Highway, I remember that was a good game I liked playing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Grand Theft Auto 6 is supposed to be on the way, but obviously it's been a ridiculous amount of years since 5 come out, so that's practically like a vintage game at this point, even though it's the latest one as well. But yeah, I don't know, they used to feel like there was more games to kind of, really good games to sink your teeth into. I mean, Call of Duty, I think the campaigns used to be great, but they don't really focus on that anymore, because it's all about, like, a lot of it, no offence to it, but Fortnite kind of has fucked a lot of the game industry up, because it went massive. And then obviously every other game's trying to kind of somehow imitate it in one way or another. And again, no offence to it, like, it's one of them games that got popular, and it's like, it does what it does. Right, still no train, but I'm going to leave this on the train tracks, because it'll make it move it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that was that one. Where was the one fixing the track down here somewhere? Oh, I think that was near the end actually. Fixing that bit. Right, I suppose we're going to have to do this one. All the way up to there. Cranes. I must have more than one. Where's this one? It's not that much of a drive. I'll drive it just because would recover it with a loaf, but one problem is just in general recovering vehicles on this game. You know, if you've got like 3 vehicles out and one of them you want to keep where it is, when you sort of spawn or recall a vehicle, it obviously just says like it's deployed 673 meters away, and it's like, cool, but I don't know which one that is. Like, I don't know, maybe it'd be handy if they numbered them, just had a little like 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. next to them. And yeah, instead of recovering the wrong crane, I mean, there's of no real value to leave it on the tracks over there, other than it'll make the game move the crane when it does the train animation, and I want to see where it moves it. Kenneth Rose, have you bought the Year 5 pass yet on SnowRunner? Yeah, I bought the game the other week, like, yeah, all sort of wrapped into one. I think when they released, like, the Year 5 pass, it kind of bundled it all together as a bit of an offer overall on Steam for, like, Season 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Yeah, so I'm pretty certain I've got, like, everything that I had, and obviously then I've now got Season 5 as well. Which I don't think's out yet, though, is it? Obviously, like, you can buy it, but I don't think the seasons or whatever from that year are out yet. I think they just did Season 16, which I assume is, like, the last one of Year 4. Rebel, I've been practicing the game on the road, getting handy on it. Yeah, I think I remember you mentioning that on the road. Rebel pre-ordered Year 5, yeah. Worth getting in the bag. Rebel, how is it? Justin Lynch, I have year 5 bought. Everyone's got it stashed away ready. Paul Hart, I've been playing American Truck Sim. It is the nuts. Yeah, it's one of them where I've watched a few videos of either like American Truck Simulator or Euro Truck Simulator. And as I've said, it's one of those games where it's probably underrated in how addictive it seems to be, and even watching it was like, yeah, like, considering you're watching someone drive a lorry down a road, you'd think it'd be less entertaining, and obviously playing it will be better in the scheme of things. But then I remember back in the day when, of course it did, watching my mate play Elder Scrolls Morrowind, I think it was back then. And I kind of preferred watching him play it than playing it myself, because he knew what he was doing by then. I'd just be like an amateur running around. He knew all the good shit to do. What the hell is the crane? The rails. Some kind of crack. I might just leave it like that then. Fuck them. Probably going to be a bit of a high centre of gravity, but we'll find out. Ah, shit. I already know what the problem will be. It's getting across the bridges. This thing does swing around a bit. Oh, there you go. You know what? Before we get some momentum up, let's just get it sandwiched on the roof. Oh, why? Why is this railway in such a knob compared to the other ones? Just sit there and let me squidge the crane on you. It's not very difficult. There we go. You know the crane's squidged when it kind of makes the top of the crane go black, so it kind of shoves the crane out. The crane. Rebel, nice. It's like ATS, but it's in Germany. Cool, in and out of truck, fuel air, open doors. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Is it like delivering stuff and sort of that kind of, yeah, similar genre? Whoa, it's close. Rebel, new Sabre game like ATS, Road King. Yeah, again, I must have seen the trailer for it or something, because something about just the name rings a bell. There's a few ones that kind of repeatedly pop up on Steam that seem to be in that genre. I think because I've got like SnowRunner and Roadcraft and so on Steam, it's kind of recommended me a lot of, yeah, truck driving games, I suppose, as like a general thing. Managed to scoop a tree up there. That's one thing, you do get quite good leverage when you've got the rail tracks like this for pushing trees over. Just Lynch, I'll probably play Fallout 4 again when Season 2 of the TV series comes out. They added some stuff for Season 1, so I hope they do again. Yeah, I didn't realise until the other day that Fallout 4 has a bit of a base building element to it. Which I like that in general. I was looking just for a video that was like, I don't know, top 10 base building games or something. But again, I still can't quite figure out. There's not a game. To be fair, something like Red Dead Redemption 2, I might end up getting that because I really did like Red Dead Redemption 1. Yeah, and I've heard good things about that game and all the rest of it, and it's definitely, I think, the sort of game that could quite easily soak up some hours before you know it. But yeah, it's one of them. I can't quite put my finger on what kind of itch needs scratching, but something. I can't figure out if it's like a war game or, yeah, more in the genre of like Age of Empires or, like I say, I got that Manor Lords thing. It seems you can like build a castle and have some wars and that. Don't know if I like it or not, but find out at some point. Eventually I'll turn it on and have a go. Paul Hart, yeah, see the trailer tonight, it does look proper. Yeah, I'll have to check it out again, because I think I've seen, I think there's another one called like Over the Road, or I can't remember, but it's sort of, because I watched quite a few different trailers of things recently, I've kind of got them all muddled up in my head. Axel got a game called Pacific Drive, cool. What's sort, is that like truck driving and that, or more cars and stuff? Yeah, season 16 is the last phase of year 4. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty mad though. It's been, well, it's about over 4 years really, isn't it? They've kind of gone over the mark a bit. It was sort of May time, like when it originally came out, so season 4 seems to have gone on longer than a year. I'm thinking of getting ETS2 and then ATS. Yeah. Again, I've like not tried either, but I've certainly seen them, and it, like I said, that Euro Truck Simulator. Currently got it in my car. I don't know whether to buy it or not. I just, one, ain't got a load of money, and two, I bought that Manor Lords and that recently, so I've got a. It's one of them. It's very easy to buy games on Steam, I suppose, and especially they seem to do a pretty good job of like bundling stuff up. Where a game's like not that cheap, but then when you click on it, it's like, well, if you buy this bundle, and it does end up knocking quite a bit of money, like across all the games it kind of bundles in. That's why I ended up getting like that Manor Lords and Kingdom Come Deliverance and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. You've seen some kind of like, that's got the medieval, potentially fighting, bit of base building kind of game, which again I'll have to see. Play it at some point and see how it goes. Rebel, but first, Road King. 17 to 20 is year 5 as SnowRunner. Yeah, I wonder what sort of rough schedule. Oh shit, I've still not got the road over here. Oh no, I have. Whew. That helps. It's just slightly in the water, but that doesn't matter. Jesus Christ, it's just crane. Could just go one crane length without catching its chin. That would be amazing. Oh, this road makes life so much easier on this map. Pull Heart, RDR2, or RD2 even, is one of my favourite games ever, going for 100%. Yeah, like I say, I definitely enjoyed Red Dead Redemption 1 a hell of a lot. I just didn't really have the money. Sort of when Red Dead Redemption 2 came out, I was like, one of them that I was also a bit busy on sort of other games, I suppose. So it's one of them I kind of never got round to, but I'm pretty damn certain it's a sort of game I'd enjoy. Rockstar, to be fair, are pretty good at making bloody good games like that. And yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about Red Dead Redemption 2, so... and the fact that it's only 15 quid, I think I might end up getting it, to be honest. I suppose that might scratch some of the itch. I can go around shooting people, do some missions, get a goddamn horse to ride around on. It's sounding better already. Might have to get it immediately. Nearly abandoned this Roadcraft live stream. Justin Lynch, never checked out RDR, just not interested in much Old West themed stuff. I know what you're saying, I would agree, like, I'm not either, but Red Dead Redemption 1 was definitely, I don't know, it's obviously set in like an Old West theme and all the rest of it, definitely, but it's kind of like a different take on Grand Theft Auto. I mean, you are riding around in horses, really, other than cars and that. But there is a lot more to it than it just being like an old Western kind of game. But I do know what you mean. Like, I'd agree with that as well, though. I'm not really into... It's like, other than like playing Age of Empires, I'm mostly not into like that kind of medieval castle games and all that sort of stuff. But I ended up buying that Manor Lords thing the other day. But that's the first sort of game in that genre, really. But yeah, again, I can't speak on Red Dead 2, but from what I've heard, it's basically like a bigger, better version of the original. Well, I say the original, I think before that was the Red Dead Redemption, what the hell was it called? I can't remember. They had like a zombie mode on it, I think. I'm sure I had it way back in the day. Yeah, here's a train animation. There's me mule. It must have moved my crane somewhere. This is the train that it stole off me. This is now doing this, makes all the bridges drop. But obviously, again, the game also stole all of them off me. I wonder now, because I'm going to quit this and go on to Washout pretty soon. So it might well do it again, actually. Rebel. Pacific Drive is like a survival drive, alien type game. Oh, fair enough. Oh. Which crane is that? I think it's a different one. It's having a little rest after building many, many railways. Where's the one over here? Yeah, so my crane was there, moved it over here, which is where it moved my mule last time. So yeah, all these bridges are down. In fact, I'm going to go park a fucking vehicle on them. So if it does lift them all back up, I'll have to lift my vehicles with it. Yeah, funny like you're saying a survival sort of game. I'm mostly like, I can't think of a zombie game I've really been into, other than, funnily enough, saying like the original Red Dead game was like a... I don't think it was like that completely, but I'm sure there was like a mode on there you could do. And the old Call of Duty Zombies was pretty fun. Never, like, I don't dislike Resident Evil, but apart from like when I was a kid, because we had the games though, never really played much of them, but in the right context, I could possibly play a zombie-ish game. Like, I don't know, I think I just want a game a bit more chaotic than this. It's nothing against, like, once I've done these DLCs, I'm pretty much done on Roadcraft for now anyway. But yeah, not to slate the game, I do think there's a few too many rough patches on the DLC. This one wasn't as bad, but it reset all those barrels, which is a pain in the arse because I really didn't enjoy rounding them up the first time, let alone having to do it again. Someone did say, by the way, that I'll have to try out. I did a video yesterday where I basically got stuck on a glitched tree that won't let me kind of pass the mission, and they said try pushing the trees into the square, whereas like when I was knocking some of them over, I was knocking them out the square, which, yeah, is a good tip. I don't know if it'll work or not, but I appreciate them mentioning it. When I go back on it, I'll give it a go and see if that helps. I don't really want to reinforce the bank. Yeah, and I don't really want to do that. So yeah, I might go on to Washout, to be honest, because like there's laying electricity and stuff, but a lot of it is just chemical barrels, I think, and then reinforcing that, which I just got to pick 15 logs and then rebuild a wall along there. Or if it was rebuilding the wall, but I don't know. I don't really want to get everything down there, just to pick some logs. We'll see what percentage I'm up to. Will, Holden Harrison, howdy, how's it going, dude? Shame I forgot to tell you guys, but my birthday was yesterday. But how's everyone? Happy birthday, man. Yeah, I'm not too bad, cheers, dude. How are you doing? 55%. Oh, there is actually like 20 missions left, so maybe at some point I could do that login mission, just get a chunk of it done in my own time. Right, Washout. After a recent incident at the dam, large part of the water reached a nearby swamp, multiple drilling sites located, with the already difficult task of setting up rigs, swamps, now complicated by a rising water level. I don't know why I'm missing random words. The workers were evacuated while most of their equipment was left behind. Your job is to recover the most sensitive gear and contain the flooding of the construction sites. Good stuff. Right, I suppose, yeah, may as well go with the mutt. Pull Heart, it's got the Rockstar humour. Yeah, they are pretty good at that sort of stuff. I can't really think of, like, I'm sure there is, but a bad Rockstar game. Guts, guys, holy. I swear my typing. I'm pretty bad with it as well. Especially now I've got a keyboard. Like, it's one of them where I said it's like a lost memory where at school I ended up doing business studies, GCSE and all that, and I did a lot of typing, but I've never been officially taught to type. And then between, I suppose, using like a iPhone keyboard on there, you just naturally sort of know where all the letters are. I still have to look when I'm typing on my keyboard, but I can type pretty quick for someone who doesn't know how to type properly. And yeah, sometimes the words I end up spelling or not spelling, when I'm trying to type titles for my videos and that. Extra letters in there all over the place and all sorts. Right, let's get them on. Rebel, thought you said a couple of weeks ago about your birthday. Oh shit, let me hit a... whatchamacallit? Telegraph hole? Right, well, the cloud's not on cover, but there's a bridge there, but I can't get across it. I already tried last time going down there and it wouldn't let me. So long story short, go down here and cut across the river. To be honest, I might have, but I'd remember. Right, if I remember rightly, if you get like the right hand wheels sink, it's not too bad. When I tried going in the other way and the left hand side sank, this vehicle almost got stuck and tried to drown and all sorts. Right, should be good after this. Yeah, the old autocorrect. Mine's fat fingers tonight, sugar's been up, then crashes, makes my skin stretch. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. So it literally make your hands like swell up a bit as well. So, sorry, one sec, I'm just gonna, there's like a tab that, there we go, covers the comments. I can't sort of see the ends of some of the comments. Sleep has been weird. I've actually slept the last 2 nights. I've had really bad sleep the last like month or so. I think when I did that like trapped nerve or whatever in my back, I kept having really crap sleep, I think because of that. And then I just ended up having like a bit of sort of try and catch up an hour or 2 nap. Because I've not really slept, and then I don't know, I've just got into a pattern now, like not really sleeping well and then getting sort of tired in the evening, where I feel like I could do with a quick nap. And then as usual, I go back to being like wide awake when I actually want to go to bed. Why? How does that work out that way every time? Paul Hart, there's a thing with Red Dead 2 where you can hog tie a feminist and there's all different ways to offer, if you get my meaning, like chuck her on the train tracks and stuff. Funnily enough, I might have seen like a YouTube short of someone just, yeah, probably doing that. But yeah, like I say, it's definitely like Red Dead was a bloody good game. I ended up, I can't remember where it is now, but I'd know if I went back on Red Dead. Found a place where loads of bears appear, so I was like shooting all them, skinning them, selling them. Ended up being minted on that game. And the bears are actually quite hard to fight, which was quite fun. Kept it entertaining for a while. Oh yeah, for some reason I thought this was the whole entire map. I was looking at it and like, oh that's good. It got it all uncovered. Right, objectives. Clear the way. Oh yeah. Well, I'm going to have to. I could try the dozer, because I, like, the loaf was pretty damn good at it. Well, I might end up taking the loaf, to be honest, but why has that got a yellow shopping basket? Oh, not for sale. Oh, it's a rusty one. Let's get a brand newie. But they are roughly in a straight line, so I might be able to push a lot of them out of the way. We'll see. If not, we'll send in the loaf. Rebel, swells in all the wrong places. That's what Kelly said. I must admit, where is Kelly? Need a petition to bring Kelly back. It's definitely not the same. I didn't think I'd miss her, but it was good when you got that little noise. And you know you should congratulate you on a mission well done. Well, my sleep's been usually too all over the place. Yeah, I just can't get a good pattern going at the minute. Not that I really did anyway, but I already take sleeping tablets. You'd think that'd help the pattern, but it doesn't seem to be doing. Like I say, it was going good. I always have this where it's like I get a month or two of like normal, well, if I'm lucky, and then I get a month or two where it's either like headaches or feeling absolutely drained as fuck, or the sleep's all over the place. And then yeah, kind of wipes me out for a while. If I had like an entire year of feeling great every day, I swear I'd be like one of the most productive people on the planet. Why car? Why do you roll forward? I was going to say I don't want it to get blocked on that telegraph pole. I mean yeah, times like this, if you can actually get the stuff, just shove it off to the side. This is where the dozer can make it. I don't know if you actually speed run it next to a crane, if it'd be much quicker. But the crane does get a bit boring when you just got to go back and forth and keep moving 50 odd things. Although, I might have to bring the loaf because that one's going to be more hassle. I wish the dozer had a bloody winch on it. It'd actually make that a pretty damn useful vehicle. Where are you, loaf? How dare they put you near the bottom? Still need a non-light. Bearing in mind, this is the rusty version of the loaf. We haven't even got a brand newie yet. It should be some kind of war crime. Like some nights I fall asleep at like 10, some nights midnight. Yeah, I mean it's all opposite for me, but in theory, somewhere between 6 and 8 in the morning I suppose I go bed. And then again, in theory, get up between 2 and 4, but I normally wake up 3 or 4 times between them. And a lot of the time, yeah, I just can't quite get back to sleep, and then, like I say, I sort of get up, but then I feel, like, really drained and tired throughout the evening and that, so there's always summer. Rebel, my sister's been in town the last couple of days, so I haven't been able to lay down at my usual 10:30, 11 before noon. And sleep till 9 and then stay up all night. So sometimes it's good to just, I suppose I just accepted an entire life of like, I remember I used to like staying up doing an all-nighter, and now I suppose I technically do every day. That's how much I enjoyed it. Although I might ended up on sleeping like, for some reason I slept a bit better in the day than I did at night, even though it was still relatively not great. But obviously I take sleeping tablets now, so I did, funnily enough, whilst I wasn't doing SnowRunner and whilst I was building the PC and that, I actually got to the point where I was going bed at like, I don't know, 2 or 3 in the morning, which is pretty damn early for me. And getting up almost like, yeah, in the AM, which again is pretty damn rare. And then kind of quite quickly, once I built the PC and started the Roadcraft videos, I just went back to like typical, yeah, schedule really, and sort of back to being up until the early hours of the morning. So this is why the loaf is just a goddamn horse. He doesn't let things get in his way. Do I send the dozer in? I might do. In fact, yeah, I will do, because if it don't work, I'll send in the loaf, but in theory, it should be a straight run to push a lot of it out of the way. Why is this going horrifically slow? That's because I'm turning. Like, really? You can't even turn there without killing all its power and struggling. Well, to be honest, I use the track dozer over the wheeled ones. Hang on. Get a bit faster. Now, the track dozer over the wheeled ones, though, I wish that you didn't have to rely on the loaf so much. I mean, I'm not complaining, but, like, repetition. Yeah, they need more, I suppose it's one of the things of like they've split. There's so many different things you can do in this game with the vehicles, like logging and road building and whatnot. There's not much variety within each group. It's kind of like there's only really like this is the best dozer and you end up using this. Yeah, the loaf definitely just the best, especially for like towing and all the rest of it. Because a lot of the scouts don't really have the weight to tow like heavier stuff. It's really not even get up there. Get out, man. I was going to say, you watch it roll back in. You fucker. Stand flattening, that should lift the front tracks up. Get out. At least this thing does have some good torque, so it can actually push multiple items out the way. I just wish, you might be able to do it manual, but I don't know, like if you could go marching mode but keep the bucket down a bit more. Because marching mode has better speed, but often it lifts the bucket high enough to where like you sort of roll over stuff rather than shove it out the zone. Yeah, wasn't too bad actually with the dozer for the most part. Crimson R, hello, how's it going, dude? Have you joined us? Hello, Crimson. Oh shit, what's this stuck on? Oh shit, yeah, there's these cars back here. Two of them, this is where the loaf won't work as magic. Couldn't anything exciting happen? Not too much so far, to be honest. Seems to be less and less on this game these days. Wish I can grab that a bit. Oh, bastard. Worst case scenario. Oh, it's not actually. Oh, goddamn horse. Can we get another winch point? It'd be nice if we could. Actually reeling in the winch now, but for some reason it's feeding more out. Well, it went nice. At least it flicked that vehicle off, which was actually the more annoying vehicle to get out of here. But sadly, since this has fell in there, it does not help. Run too low. Gonna have to go around, see if we can grab it the old-fashioned way. No worries. I haven't gotten the barrels. Kind of ridiculous mission. Yeah, not a fan of the barrels. I mean, the damage, like how sensitive it is, just be nice if it didn't take the piss as much. I'd be up for the challenge of getting them there without damage, but it's such a piss take. But I don't know, I don't even think I'd give a shit if I managed to get one of the barrels there without damage, because it's just such a troll that, yeah, I've just kind of lost interest in wasting my time trying, really. And then the fact that they kind of did loads of them together. Damn. Well, Lo can sit there for a bit. I'll have to get a crane. Oh, it's going to make me go slow through the menu. Oh, there we are. Oh yeah, I've only got 3 on this playthrough. So it's quite handy on my normal one. I've got about 10 of these now. I've got like 14 Lynxes. So yeah, I'll just keep spawning more from the garage. I don't have to worry about finding where they are and recovering them. Rebel, crowns are really screwed tonight. I've been talking a lot and 3 crimson is on 2. Yeah, they are weird. Obviously, I don't even pay attention to them anyway. I never really know who's in what place. How is everyone? Yeah, I'm not too bad, cheers dude, how are you doing? Oh, there's also that barrel that seems to have crept its way back in. See if we can clip it with a tyre. Nice. At some point I want to see if we can drive under there. I'm probably not going to do it in the crane. I don't really know what it'll achieve, but I might have to know for science. We're free. Right, infrastructure. Build a road. Are we already on that mission? Oh, we are. The hell is that? Oh. Oh yeah, I remember. Right. Next job. Spawn a bridge layout. I was going to say, please scroll through the menu, because I'm pretty sure they put them right at the bottom, which, what a genius thing to do. Get a new vehicle on the game and put it right at the bottom of the menu. And that one hasn't got a bridge. I'll check the other one, but I've got a feeling neither of them are going to have a bridge if it's doing it this way. I might have to buy a brand newie. Oh, nope, this one's got a bridge. I love it, I'm being censored again by YouTube. It's usually the way, they definitely censor me. I'm officially got to be on their naughty list at some point. Of course, he yeeted himself off a cliff yet. What's that, the loaf? Hey B, same there, hello B. Been in London, first time I've caught a live stream in a few weeks. I appreciate it, man, cheers for popping in. Sorry, I think the comments raced up a bit there, so I might have missed one or two. I don't care about crowns, just can't understand why they're having them. Yeah, I don't really know the point, like I say, I don't even pay attention to them anyway. If anything, they make it a bit more annoying to figure out where I was up to on the comments. So kind of, where I'm looking at where people have written their comments, it's normally pushed further away from their name, which was like easier to kind of see in your peripheral vision. So yeah, if I could just click them and delete them, I would. Oh wait a minute, pressing the completely wrong buttons. What am I doing? That's the one I want. Further than that. There should do her. It's looking good. Great. What was it doing? Oh yeah, build a road, so I'm going to have to go and get the goddamn horse out of the water. You can lead a horse to water and all that. Where is he? There he is. I always remember where my loaf is. It's just pure instinct. Work. Oh yeah, I want to go this way. Justin Lynch, see you guys. See you later, Justin. Cheers for popping in. Been in London. I'm at work, of course. Night shift. Yeah, is that... Was it you? Is it the paper mill factory or something, was it? Crimson Arse, same here. Bye, Justin. Travis Pollard. Hey, glad to catch a live stream while at work. I'm off for the night. Been doing over haul on some engines on the ship I'm currently working on. I hope to get home soon, relax and enjoy my new PC. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool though. Overhaul a ship, an engine on a ship. Are we talking? I'm assuming if you're saying ship, it's got to be on the massive side. That's what she said. Some of them engines do get pretty big, but yeah, pretty interesting stuff, and a new PC as well. Ooh, shit, let's line myself up for this. This goddamn horse. You can't trap him in the middle bridge. He is unstoppable. Oh yeah, I'm going to have to build a road here at some point. Crimson overnight. Be in London. I've gotten to 96% on Contamination and about 75% on Washout. Yeah, probably a little bit further ahead than me then. I'm on I think, yeah, 96 on Contamination, because it won't let you get to 100, and then, was it 53% I think I'm on Washout, which I probably would have got a bit further last night if it didn't glitch that mission. So for now, I'm sort of stuck on that, which I don't really want to bother doing anymore if I'm just going to get stuck on a glitch anyway, but hopefully, like say, someone suggested try pushing the trees towards the centre of the box, so I'll see if that helps. If not, then God knows. Like I say, once I've done that anyway, I'm about done with Roadcraft for now, I reckon. Being in London, we just finished a week-long annual shutdown in our paper mill. Finally running tonight after 6 brutal days. Yeah, so it was the paper mill. I don't know how the hell my brain remembered that. Sounds pretty fun working at a paper mill. Seems like some classic American action movie kind of location. Isn't Walking Tall, was that a paper mill or something? And for some reason it makes me think of The Mask, like Jim Carrey, but didn't that woman get thrown into, I think that was a newspaper printing place, wasn't it? God knows why my brain remembers that. This is the problem. My brain can recall something from a film I watched 20 years ago, but I can't remember like what day it is most of the time and all sorts. All the useful information gone. All the random trivia from decades ago that is of no use to anyone. My brain remembers the shit out of that. Let's get that one. Sod it. Do I give it in there? Fuck it. I was going to say, do I give the other one a chance? Then I swiftly changed my mind. Oh yeah, I'm going to have to move these rocks out of the way. It's probably still better getting the bow head. Oh yeah, and I also could do with filling a little patch in on this road. Insufficient tokens. Oh shit. What did I do last time to get tokens? Oh yeah, deliver the vehicle. Oh yeah, so then we're going to use the loaf to haul the vehicle because it has basically no chance of getting there itself. No, it tries. It's all coming back to me. I only did it like a week or so ago. See? I can't even remember what I did on this game a week ago. But I probably remember what I did on like June the 12th, 1994, if I really thought about it. Rebel, still haven't used the bridge layer. Yeah, for the most part, like, I'm glad they've added it to the game, but it wasn't like, or at least it's not been for me, like some kind of revolutionary upgrade in the game. It's sort of one of them things, even when they added it in SnowRunner, like as a mod, it's sort of nice to have at your disposal, but you don't necessarily, like, I'm not going to rely on it every 2 minutes or anything. Obviously, like, in this map in particular, they kind of like that bridge I just fixed a minute ago. They've almost made that to where it makes sense to use it in this map, because I think even now when I'm 53% or whatever it is through the game, I've just unlocked the construction zone, but I've still got, I could go and technically chop down my own trees and get wood and all the rest of it, but you can tell the game is kind of like, it's not really giving me much in the way of materials. Am I stuck on? Yeah, so like, I don't even know what I'm seeing. It was not like bogged down stuck. It feels like I'm hitting like a tree stump, but fuck knows. Like, oh, maybe it's like the corner of that little patch of tarmac. God knows, but oh yeah, shit, I've got to take the bloody van with me, and I'm about ready like Loaf's on his own adventure. We don't need this van. But then it turns out I do. Can you get the right winch point, for the love of God? Get out low gear. We're away. Again, that's why I like the Loaf, because he's... See, like, what is it getting stuck on over there? It must be that piece of road, but I don't remember it doing that to me last time. Well, just ignore the van. Something like someone crushed a body. Sounded like a paper mill accident. yeah, again, I mean, among other things, why I do like the Loaf. But he's good at some of this off-road driving, where a lot of other vehicles still seem to get stuck in this game. Like, obviously, SnowRunner's more... You get the vehicles that can drive across stuff that most can't. This game obviously relies a lot more on, like, it tries to stop you being able to drive over stuff, because the point is you're supposed to build a road. But the Loaf, I think I have yet to get him actually stuck anywhere. The only thing he can't do at the minute is really cross water, unless it's shallow. So he's distinctly lacking a snorkel. Being in London, you remembered, yes, we recycle old cardboard boxes, £1,000 per minute. That's mad, isn't it? Yeah, so what's that like? That's like a ton every, say, 2.5 minutes-ish. That's pretty crazy. Oh, yeah, shit. I'll just drive the van in on its own. Just in case. I think it's because I saw Allegra pop up. Added an extra L in there for some reason. Right. That is fuel unlocked. Oh, fuck, now I've got the Loaf. If I remember rightly, I may as well spawn the vehicles from this side. Oh no, because then they end up there. But then I end up wanting to bring them back down here to build a road there. So I may as well spawn them on this side, because then they'll end up on that side. I think that is the plan. But I'm also going to have to send in the horse to clear some of those rocks out of the way. I think there is a little escape route out of this paper mill without going all the way back round the other way. Crimson, I totally forgot about those. Is that the bridge layer things? Being in London, I've not yet tried to send the Nicole Avenue tunnel mission that everyone is getting stuck on. What's that on? Sorry, on this game? Shit, he fell over. Well, then again, he is the Loaf. He rarely falls over. If he does, he'll wiggle himself back. Travis Pallard, left my ass off yet. It's on the bigger side of this ship. It's about 518 feet. Fucking hell, yeah, it's a right monster. 158 metres. That's pretty mad. I used to run like 100 metres. I was pretty good at back in my school days. Yeah, so I've got a pretty good idea of how long 100 metres is, and 158 is a bit of a whopper. What am I doing? Oh yeah, don't know why I backed the Loaf up out of that. Right, that one. Don't know why that, yeah. The other one didn't look neat enough. Right, those four, yeah, I may as well get the bowhead. Or do I get the bike? No. No. It'd be handier for the other road I've got to build. But the biker will just get stuck everywhere. Oh yeah, shit, I've still got to get these rocks out of the way. Back to the Loaf. I've just built the road mission you are doing tonight. I had to truck in tons of sand. I refilled trucks at the base in the southwest corner and positioned the Calm truck. Sorry, I saw some in and a bunch of tokens. Recovered the full dump trucks to the Calm. Yeah, it's quite handy doing it that way, actually. That's another thing I don't like in this game, how it like, I can't winch that rock because it's not at the right angle. It's such a stupid waste of everyone's time. So half the time it's like, it's not really my fault it's not on the right angle for me to winch to. Like that one is, thankfully. Crimson R, one way to do it. It's my little escape hatch. Rebel, The way I got hard mode set up, sand everywhere, yeah, I wish there was just like, again, if I could modify those things into this playthrough, I'd do it immediately. Travis Pallard, the cylinder heads are big enough, I can crawl down through the crank of the engines. It's pretty mad. It was a little while ago now, but I remember watching a video on YouTube about like the biggest ships, kind of the engines, and yeah, I think it was like people could stand in like each cylinder, like where the piston is or whatever it is, but it's pretty mad, like the size of a house or something. It's pretty mad like how much fuel and that ships burn. I suppose they make up for it, the fact they've got a shitload of cargo, but it's just when you hear of like ships go from A to B and they use like 1,000 tons of that what was it, like heavy fuel oil or whatever. It's pretty mad, like the scale of juice getting drank by the ships. And apparently, I can't remember if it's true, but it was something like one cruise ship puts out the same amount of harmful emissions, I think that's like the ones that are particularly bad, as like 5 million cars or something. Obviously I'd assume cars would put out more, but because they've got like catalytic converters and they kind of like the air that they're expelling is not that bad, whereas because like the ships using the heavy fuel oil, apparently, like, yeah, it was like if you take one cruise ship off the ocean, it's the equivalent of taking like 5 million or 2 million. It was some crazy amount of cars off the road. So it's them beasts that are polluting everything up. With an engine the size of a house, I'm not surprised. God, just give me the fucking winch point. Oh, goddamn horse. He saw it. He went for the gap. Being London, I think it's the same road, the one in the northwest. Super long road, like ridiculously long. Is that, yeah, on this map? I think I know the one you mean. Is it the one where you didn't have to build it, but I ended up doing like a bit of road building across there, which is handy. I definitely, like, it was a pretty good choice of road doing that one, I reckon. Because like I say, these maps have a good way of like not necessarily connecting up all the sections that you just naturally kind of flow through when you're driving around this game. So instead of trying to cut through a forest every time, popping a few roads down. They've definitely, I think this map is a lot better than Contamination. I actually liked Contamination at the start, but there's just, especially the lack of like sand quarries, so it just feels like it's a pain in the arse to build anything up on that map, other than what it gives you, really. Thankfully, they did put like tiny sand quarries near where you've actually got to build roads on Contamination. But other than that, it doesn't really cater to it very well. Oh, there is some more rocks. Why is it not firing a winch to that? Oh, he's doing 2 for 1. Oh, he's nearly going for 3. He's an absolute horse. So when he starts getting stuck, you just wiggle. And he's all good. Until the winch points screw you over. Park them up there. Right, I think... Well, that's that bit done. Now I could do... In fact, where's the... Yeah, so that's still within radius anyway. even like right across the road. If I remember rightly, is it? Oh, that one's 3. No, it's not quite uncovered that yet. There's a couple that are on this map that are, yeah, that's 0. So you can get them straight away. Right, back to that vehicle. Just go and patch a little bit of this road up before I send the AI. Should be right across all this, especially if it was the bicycle, I wouldn't have much hope, but this thing's not bad at... Well, it says, and then it immediately gets beached. Made like a road that's obviously mostly demolished, but the hitboxes of it are more annoying than the rough terrain. It's that, like the lip of that I keep catching on. Not perfect, but should do. Perfect, but at this point I may as well just spawn this one though from this side. Even though it's going to then be back over the wrong side for me, but whatever. I'm only going to have to drive it over anyway. Right, see if that makes it. In the meantime, what else have we got? Oh yes, that's the same thing basically, this road. For some reason it offers you it on both versions. I don't know if I'm going to do that one yet, but just while the dump truck is kind of laying that road, I'm going to have to wait before I send the bulldozer thing, so I may as well get this in place. Just me, or does that dam look a little bit overflowed on this side? Shit, swerved a bit early. Do they actually, like, if I activate this mission, does it ever show up what it is you're supposed to grab, other than, like, I got lucky last time and kind of guessed the right stuff? Sorry, I might have missed a few. I had to put 2 there to get the route to run. Been in London. I love this game. I'm just kind of sad about the glitches. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame really, because some of them like seem pretty sort of basic. They should have got that kind of sussed in the quality control department. And yeah, they are putting a bit of a dampener on it, I do agree. Is that boat fucked? Crimson R, same air, especially last night, wouldn't we? I didn't like lifting that for a second. It's mad when you think like then some ships have got a bigger engine than this entire boat. Some serious horsepower. Can I actually get out of there? Because last time I remember it got stuck pretty good for me. No, I'm alright this time. Been in London, 100 tons, 1,000 tons, sorry, is true. It's crazy. An engine turns less than 100 RPM. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty massive if you're on about like the ships, the propellers. A lot of people have like a fear of that, don't they? They don't even like seeing videos of ship propellers. I mean, I'd have a fear of it if I was near it. I think, was it one of the sister ships of the Titanic ended up being like a hospital ship in the Second World War, and it hit a mine or something, and then some people went overboard. And I think a lot of them got sucked into, like, as the ship was going down the front, at the front, the propellers kind of rose up and sort of were level with the water, and obviously as they were launching lifeboats, it kind of just sucked them straight into the propellers. I'm sure I remember reading someone was saying, like, they watched that happen. It's mad how some people must have seen some crazy shit. Like, I was watching some, I suppose more like, sort of in the vein of like medieval warfare videos the other day, like sieges at different fortresses and whatnot, and yeah, some of the shit they got up to. It's like some people lived some crazy lives back in the day when there was nothing to do. No electric, no nothing. It was like, yeah, let's just have a war with a neighbouring country and run at them with pitchforks. Well, but then people got pretty good at it. And then they started building fortresses and all sorts, and yeah, some pretty crazy shit going on. Travis Pollard, there are 8-cylinder, if you want to know exactly the kind of engine we have. 2 by times the Sulzer 8 ZAL 40S. Sounds pretty massive. 8-cylinder. I do like 8 cylinders. I suppose not a V8 though. Do they have any V8 ship engines? I suppose there's probably no point, but still, 8 cylinders is a good start. Do it to me, game. Might be close enough. It will be for this first one. I don't know if it will reach the second one though. Not like lifting that. Someone was explaining in the comments the other day how, like, cranes have obviously certain lift weights for how far the boom's extended and all the rest of it, which I do like, and they were saying they probably have like tried to roughly copy that in the game, hence why some things you lift it will just drop down to the ground, which they probably have tried doing something like that, but to be honest, I wish they didn't, because I would just like the cranes to work as cranes. But I do agree with them, that probably is what they've tried to replicate. Alright, hopefully that's close enough. Being in London, I built the road part way, and then got the mission unlocked later to build it. Yeah. Again, I think I know which road you mean. I kind of blended them both in. Travis, yeah, those are positively huge. Yeah, they definitely sound like a right monster. Like, how much does one of them cost just to service? That's when you realise, like, how broke you are compared to some things going on in life. Like, I wouldn't be able to buy a gasket for a bit of that engine, let alone the engine, let alone the ship, let alone all the stuff on the ship. Or when you see like a fighter jet, and again it's like, I wouldn't be able to buy a nut and bolt that holds the wheel on. Well, I wasn't going to do that mission, and then for some reason I kind of autopilot did it. But it's done, and this road should at least be sanded by now, which it is. Sand this bad boy in. Get that going. Hopefully it doesn't have too much hassle. It takes a year to get started. And I might just drive this manually, because again, the chances of it making it on its own are slim to none. I have practically no faith in this vehicle anymore. Well, we have a lot to begin with. Let's get it there ready. I'm going to try and be cheeky and get this to follow. Which it could could go wrong? Is he moving? He is. What the hell? No. Well, I did that. I pressed X to open these and I reopen the road menu. I have a question, and maybe I'm just missing something. Is there no sand... Oh, sorry. Hang on a sec. Oh, shit. I'm gonna... I'll have to finish this road, because I've got the thing chasing me. I'll scroll the comments back up in a minute. See what I mean? I knew this had fucked me over on nothing. And now... it makes the steamroller a waste of time. Thanks, game. And now, no doubt, if I cancel it, it'll jump to that side. Yay. Why can't they just make this thing fucking 10% useful? Instead of it being the biggest heap of shit. Like, this is the one vehicle that I really don't like building roads in this game. Or, if I can get away with it, I just build roads without doing this part where you have to bloody pave it with this heap of shit. Right, it will absolutely get stuck on that rock. Oh, it did. Amazing. I think it's still under there. I think. I can't quite get the camera low enough. I'm amazed it didn't get stuck immediately. Oh, I don't know actually, it might not be under there. Oh no, I think it is. Yeah, now it's stuck. Right. In fact, I'll just send this as an AI. Is there no sand scalper on this washout map? Mine seems to have disappeared and unavailable in the shop. There should be. I'll go and check mine in a sec. I've deployed a sand scalper on this map, so they definitely they must be available somewhere. Why is that not turning green? For God's sake. Yes, our new ship has 2 V12s. That sounds pretty good as well. Do like a bit of V12. Beanie London. Travis, what does your ship do? Bulk freighter or tanker? Yes, we have medium speed diesels, so our idle is 3-ish and running is around 500 RPM. Still pretty slow, but yeah, there's a lot of oomph going in that 500 RPM. Passenger ferry. The ship I'm currently working on just bring transport trucks mostly across. Right, so I'm probably going to have to use this stupid bag of shit just to lay that last stupid little bit of road. Yep, that rock is coming back to haunt me. I mean, again, this kind of game, and it gets stuck on everything like that, or a slightly uneven bit of sand, but it's a bit of a rugged kind of game for expecting everything like it only works on roads that are already glass smooth and paved. What a dick. Well, at least I don't have to drive this to the other side. Oh, that's it, sorry, it's jumped again. Oh cool, that's awesome. Travis Pollard, wonder if they pay better than up here in Canada. What sort of, like, if you don't mind me asking, roughly, what is the kind of yearly salary or whatever for that sort of... You'd think it'd be pretty good if doing something like as a sort of specialist as that. But I know there is plenty of industries where it's like people should get paid way more than they do. But the industry can kind of afford to fuck everyone over for an extra little bit of profit. What was it? Oh yeah, sand scalper. Yeah, I deployed one here the other day, or week or whatever, because when I was trying to pour a load of sand down there. So I'll have a look. First I'll look in the shop. good point. Unless I'm blind, I can't see them in the shop. What we're looking for? Heavy transport vehicle. Yeah, I've got that one there, and it's letting me deploy it. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe you might have some glitch. Although it's unless I just was being blind, then I didn't see one in the shop. But in theory, well, I don't know, if you're saying like yours had disappeared, then I don't know. But I was going to say, even if you had none, and it wouldn't let you buy them on this map for whatever reason, you should in theory be able to go back to a different map, buy one, and then it should transfer over to this map, because it's kind of like every vehicle you own kind of comes over. Yeah, I was just mashing the button about here, it deployed, yeah. And that's the only place I've ever tried to do one on this map, if I believe. I'm pretty damn certain I've not tried. Like, I think I'd remember, because I just have some kind of sand scalper PTSD from that bloody vehicle. Yeah, and like I say then, like I could just keep refilling sand to pour it down there, which was of no particular value, but I did it nonetheless. What infrastructure route does it want? Is it up? Oh, this one's not too bad. It's the one that goes down there, which I'm going to have to sort of build that road in a minute, really. In fact, it'd be nice if I could deploy the scalper somewhere nearer to there, because I don't think there is any sand within radius there. So I have to keep driving like back up here, which I don't want to keep doing over and over again. Yeah. What are the chances? Well, let's find out for science. Close enough. Rebel, my mate, sorry, I need to... my mate, eyes are getting heavy and sugar is good right now. I'm going to get some sleep while sensor is quiet. Have a good morning. Yeah, cheers man, enjoy your sleep and that, and yeah, I'll speak to you soon at some point. Good night, Rebel. Beanie London. We have 2 fast ferries here, like catamarans with gas turbines, passenger only. I think I've been on some of that. When I used to go Isle of Man a bit, there was... And the main one I went on was a ferry called the Ben McCree, because you could smoke on that, which for the journey was nice. But then there was... I can't remember what they called them, like sea cats or whatever, which I assume like some type of catamaran thing. I went on one of them, which was pretty rough weather on that one, but it was dropping the hammer because they'd missed their ferries all week, so they were like... It's funny because they tell you, like, when you go over and that, like the Ben McCree was about 4.5 hours, but the Super Cat and Sea Cat and all that were like 2 hours 20 minutes or something. But then when we got on that, the one time that I've been on that, which is like, yeah, quicker, the Ben McCree carries like freight lorries and all that sort of stuff as well. The catamaran was pure like passengers, and you can get some cars on there. Yeah, they did it in like an hour and a half or something. The sea was ridiculously rough, but obviously it just sort of shows you like they could do the journey quicker, but I'm guessing like fuel and profits wise it's probably cheaper to go a bit slower and make it take 2.5 hours instead of say 1.5. But then this one day we got on it, which was like the only boat sailing the entire week, they yeah, probably dropped the hammer and kind of probably rammed in a few extra runs that day. And then I think that was the one where there's a little thing at the back of the boat that you could go out like to sort of get fresh air, but there's no smoking on that boat. But within like 40 minutes, me and my brother went out there to have a smoke, and there was about 20 other people out there, and they were all smoking as well. And then this woman that worked on the boat, she walked out there, and everybody held their breath because they're all smoking as she walked past, and everyone's like, yeah, alright. And you could see as she was going past everyone, they're all breathing out smoke after she went past. And you see like a massive line of people. It was like being back at school or something. I mean, she must have known. There's only one reason 40 of us are stood outside on a tiny little platform in the middle of the sea in like gale force winds and hurricane torrential rain and all the rest of it. Yeah, it was to have a smoke. The only reason I think they don't let you on that boat is because in theory when you finish smoking, if you flick your cigarette off the back of the boat, it'll hit the ramp that gets the cars onto it, and they're worried someone will flick a cigarette into like the back of a car and set the whole boat on fire. I think that was the theory behind it. Well, I don't know, unless this deploys here, but yeah, it might be just enough. We'll see. Don't have much hope with this vehicle. Obviously it's not going to work now, but do with it working like here would be really nice. Swear it thought about it for a second then. It's like a whole bank of sand. Nope. And now we're just getting to the point where it's not where I want to drop it anyway, so it's back to being a fucking useless vehicle. And that is why I practically never use it, or avoid it at all costs if I can. I assume actually while I was yapping, did that... Oh, so I've got to do electricity. Where the hell did I have to do electricity? Oh yeah. Alright, I'll get that done then, because that one's not too bad. Oh, it's doing the slow menu again. Oh yeah, I was gonna nearly went past them. It's the one... Beanie London, the rest are conventional. Oh shit. Two, just do the Fisher's Island run, sorry. Short tonight, handbrake, that's the one I want. Officially the ferry company property on New London's port is chartered as a piece of New York State. Oh, so is that, yeah, roughly the area it's going on. One ferry is based on a World War II D-Day tank landing craft. It's called Cape Henlopen. Now, but also sports the number LST 501. Repowered, newer upper decks, but the hull is actually from 1945. It's pretty mad how old a lot of the ships are that are still ticking along these days. And really, a lot of like military aircraft and stuff. Obviously, America's still got like the B-52s or whatever. I know that's planes, not boats, but I did see something the other week that was like boats as well. That, yeah, I think a lot of like World War II, I'm sure there was quite a lot of surplus by the end of that. And yeah, quite a lot of it's still ticking along these days. Tanks as well was another thing. Like the Abrams, really, that America's got. That was, I'm sure that was like built and designed and all that. It might have been the late 70s, I think it was. And I think we're now up to like the Challenger 3. Which is basically obviously a modded version of the Challenger 2, which is a modded version of the Challenger 1, which God knows was probably designed, I'd imagine, somewhere around like late 60s, 70s, something like that. Again, quite old when you think they're basically like 50-year-old tanks now, really, but again, I'm sure been modernised, relatively speaking. I remember like there was some tanks. Funnily enough, I think it was America. It was a tank called like the... Well, I think Germany built it, sort of called like the Kampf Panzerwagen 70 or something. The Americans were going to call it something different. It was like a joint project between America and Germany, but then they all sort of couldn't agree on like what engine was going to go in it and whatnot. So they kind of didn't bother doing that, and then America, I think, did the Abrams. But I think at the time America didn't end up buying them because it had cost $1 million per tank, and then it's like, if they did, it would have been the bargain of the century by comparison, because if, say, they bought 200 of them back then, it cost 200 million, but these days 200 million probably doesn't get you many tanks. Certainly won't get you 200 of them. And if they had bought them back then, they'd almost certainly still be in some kind of use these days. Why have I got a mouse in the middle of my screen? Let's get that gone. But yeah, it's pretty mad. Like, they're sort of saying, oh, Russia's digging up all their old tanks as well. And it's like, to be fair, they're going to use them anyway, because if they're just sat around doing nothing, they're only going to sit there until they eventually are too rotten to be worth anything. So, kind of makes sense to get all the old ones they've got lying around and actually do something with them. But yeah, a lot of stuff that's like all the planes. I mean, with exceptions, there is stuff like the, I don't know, again, Americans like F-35 and all that sort of stuff that's a bit newer, but a lot of the old stuff's still ticking along pretty nicely. Travis Pollard, interesting. I know our company chartered a catamaran years ago called Max Moles, I believe. That's so cool. Been in London. I mainly work on valves in this mill. Oh shit, have I just gone straight past where I'm supposed to lay some cable? Big stainless steel valves that are operated by air. Small ones about 5-10k. Big ones easily 30k. Pretty mad, isn't it? Come on. One. At least this mission's not too bad. I might get hooked on the tree, but overall, it's not too rough. It's not a bad paying job. I gross about 85 to 105k Canadian, depending on overtime and how long I stay back to get extra days in. Yeah, that still sounds, well, I'd say pretty good. Like, I suppose, how far does a Canadian dollar go? It's one of them weirdly, like, years ago when I worked in the Isle of Man for a little bit, the pay over there is really good, but the price of, like, milk is kind of twice as much as it is in the UK, because they have to, like, basically import everything over there via, I suppose, that Ben McCree ferry. And in the end, just averaged out, like, you earned more, but everything cost more, so it kind of sort of averaged out the same, whereas it's like, yeah, over here, you could get paid relatively less for a job, but averaged out, it's cheaper living. Been in London. Maybe I forgot to retain it into the garage after finishing Contamination. I used the scalper a lot there. True, but in theory it should transfer over anyway, because like once you own the vehicle. But then there does seem like it's weird that on this map it doesn't transfer your bridge layer. Well, you can get the bridge layer, but as you've seen, I just spawned one a minute ago that doesn't have the bridge with it, which in theory it should, because it should just spawn like a fresh set of vehicles on each map. So there might be a little bit of a glitch going on. Certainly wouldn't be surprised, since there does seem to be a few lingering glitches on, particularly on this DLC. That, yeah, other like various people have mentioned stuff in the comments, that the glitches they've had. So it doesn't seem everyone affects everyone, but a lot of people seem to be getting at least some of them. Being in London, I do a lot of overtime and make about 100k US. Yeah, still sounds pretty good though. Should be able to get a pretty nice life going off of that. Again though, I mean it all depends really, like where you live, and that is like how much rent and that is these days and so on. That definitely eats a lot more. It's mad when you look back in the day, like, I don't know, where it's back in the 70s, 80s and so on, like the percentage of someone's wages that rent cost is way less than it was today. And then buying a house is like, even adjusted for inflation and whatnot, is like 7 times dearer than it was back in the day. So basically to buy a house now, you'd have to be the equivalent of trying to buy between 5 and 7 houses like back in the day. Which, yeah, obviously a lot less chance of being able to do that. Okay, that's that road. Is that the one? Yeah. I don't know if this was the one you're on about. I built a road going all the way along there, which I probably will do again at some point. Oh, get the bridge layer. Clear the area of objects. I'll do that one. At some point it's going to spawn a vehicle, AI, that wants to go along there. Oh yeah, to there. I can't remember. Let's go and do this one anyway. Clear that area of objects. I may as well bring crane. I remember trying to do it with a dozer last time. I got it done in the end, but it was a little bit faffy. It's like a bit of a tight, fenced off zone you got to clear, so it was a bit awkward with a dozer. Zach1755, greetings Mr. Wolf. How's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Travis Pollard, damn, I'm in the wrong industry. Oh, but I do love my job, even though it's not the best pay in the world. Now, mind you, I'm still at the bottom of the list. I can write my tickets and make a little more each rank I go up. Yeah, so that's not too bad then. At least there is a way to climb up a bit as well. But still, that 105 Canadian, or even 85 to 105, still sounds pretty juicy in the scheme of things. Like, that's... it's not that different. Like, well, not saying not that different, but over here, it's probably... Like, if you earned 100 grand over here, you'd definitely be on good money if you're on 100 grand over here. But again, if you lived, like, in the middle of London, where rent is probably obscene and all the rest of it. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously people that are earning that sort of money, but in the scheme of things, you don't really, like... That's where I mean, like, lorry drivers, they don't really earn a lot these days, considering that they've got a Class 1 licence and all the hassle with, like, tachographs, and you got to pull over and have brakes here, there and everywhere, and like the vehicle's got to be in top shape or you'll get fucked over and sent to prison and all sorts. And then after all that, you don't even get paid that well really in the scheme of things. Like, my brother does a lot of lorry driving, but he kind of makes up for it a little bit that he does a lot of night driving, which is better. One, there's hardly any traffic on the road, so at least you're just driving instead of slowly trying to work your way through traffic. But obviously then being night shift as well, you make a bit extra that way. But yeah, in the scheme of things, they should... You'd think lorry drivers be on, like... You hear some, if you get the right job and it just happens to be a good paying one, you could probably get up to that sort of money a year, but a lot of them are on a lot less, probably like 30, maybe even 40 at a push grand a year, but after you get taxed through the arsehole and all the rest of it, that soon, yeah, doesn't go as far as it should. Being in London, Connecticut is one of the most expensive labour markets in the country. I don't know why I can't speak tonight. I'm telling you, it's that bath. Overcooked myself. It's done me. Yeah, so like, I guess then it costs quite a bit to get people in that kind of area. I mean, over here, again, it's... They, generally speaking, up north is cheaper than... The further you go south in the UK is, like, generally the more expensive rent is, etc, etc. All the way down to London, whereas, like, up near Scotland and that sort of thing, it's comparatively cheaper, but then the wages are usually comparatively cheaper as well. I don't know why it only lets you attach, like, both of them. Maybe if I switch it to, like, a single crane, probably could grab each one individually, but I don't know, as long as we can get through. Oh, you bastard. Oh well, at that point I can just reverse backwards the other way. Should drag it out. No, stay there, gate. That's one thing I've noticed on more of these DLCs and that, is the gates, yeah, they don't sit all the way open, but then again there was... What map was it? Deluge, they had some gates on that kept doing the same thing. Trying to get lucky and knock a few out of the zone, but I don't think it really worked in the end. I mean, at least if they're in tight little groups like this, you can still flick them out pretty easily. At least this is quite a small zone, so you don't actually have to go too far to get everything chucked out. Takes long just to rotate the crane. Being in London, the shipyards here like to save everything they can. We're not a big area like New York City, so we get cast off old ships. Yeah, like I say though, I think a lot of them had kind of ran into the ground. Like, some of them are probably getting on for about 80 to 100 years old these days. And to be fair, even in World War II, I think they used a lot of shit that was from World War I as well. Like one of our battleships, Warspite, that was like an absolute unit of a battleship. I think that was from World War I. That was like the first ship at the D-Day landings. That ship went everywhere. It was one of the only ships that was like in battles in World War I and II. It killed a ridiculous amount of enemy ships. It got shot up quite a bit, but it was built like a unit, so it just kept getting like repaired and sent back out and all the rest of it. I think it beat some Italians up on, I don't know, in that neck of the woods in the Mediterranean or something. And then yeah, it was the first boat that was firing on the D-Day beaches. And it fired so many, after about 6 days, I think it had to go and have its barrel redone because it had worn its barrel out. And apparently, which is unusual for like a battleship really, it was the captain and that was saying like, I want 50 shells on this location, which normally for a battleship that size they only fire a few shots per location, but because they were just taking out like bunkers on the Normandy beaches or whatever. Yeah, they just fired that thing for like 6 days straight. And then in the end we scrapped it, which is a bit of a shame. It was a good old ship. But then when it was supposed to get scrapped, it got towed along like the south of England, and then it broke free during a storm, and then it washed up on a beach, and the beach had like, it was called Prussian Cove or something, which is like, Prussian was kind of German related, and then the ship beached itself and then swung around and faced Germany. It really didn't want to give up. And then it sat there, I think, for like several years. And then I think they tried 2 or 3 times to unbeach it and it just stayed there. So I think they cut it up in place. But yeah, that's one of those ships. It's a bit like in America, was it like the USS Enterprise or something? Like the aircraft carrier, they scrapped that. That's one they probably shouldn't have. But they always put profits before everything. But yeah, like I say, Warspite was like a highly decorated ship of both wars. But obviously it was built in like 1908 or whatever it was. I don't know exactly, but somewhere like that sort of time period, and it was still fighting at the end of World War II. And I bet if the war went on another 20 years, they probably would have kept that boat going if they could. But yeah, once it was over, they scrapped the old beast. Travis Pollard, yeah, fair enough. What the hell? Oh, I thought the game had broke for a second then. Long hauler 2300, no loaf. Now I feel lost. I've had a bit of loaf going on. Where is he? There he is. Goddamn horse. He's been building roads. Done a mighty fine job he has. Oh yeah, the bridge layer. Now what? Get the bridge layer and try it out. Oh yeah, there's that gap there, wasn't it? Right. Fix that shit. Being in London, I'll have to look again when I get home to figure out where my sand scalper went. Yeah, it's got to be like, it's definitely potentially a glitch. But it's weird, like, I did look in the shop and I didn't see it. There is definitely a chance I just scrolled straight past it. But I was looking for the, like, Zix heavy transport vehicle, which I believe it is in that lineup. But yeah, obviously there was at least one in the garage. I thought I owned 2 on this playthrough, but I could be wrong. Maybe not, actually. I probably already realised they were annoying to deploy before I even got to buying 2 of them. Again, I really wish they worked better in this game, because it really would be like a bit of a game changer if you just knew you could deploy like the sand scalper there at the side of the road. Don't know why the bulldozers decided to drive along and fuck me over. Cat has appeared. Right, Nutter. Beanie London. The Intrepid is a World War II aircraft carrier you can visit in New York City. Served until the 1970s. Went there this summer. Amazing vessel. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like I say, some of the biggies and the important ones, they should keep them if they can. I know it's probably technically a cost, but if they can afford to start a war, they could at least afford to maintain and repaint a few of the ships that people served and died on and all the rest of it. Especially, yeah, like some of the big stuff. I think, to be fair though, particularly by the end of World War II, I think Britain basically bankrupted itself. So I don't think we could keep a lot after that. It's what we used to have an empire, not anymore. It's just a fat old pile of central bank debt. Oh yes, I need a mule. No, I'm not even going to waste my time looking for it. I'll just get another one. Oh god, slow menu. At least they're near the top. Yeah, with the ships, I don't know too much about ships for the most part, other than watch a few like documentaries and that. That's how I sort of know about the Warspite and all that. But I remember for a little while playing that World of Warships Blitz or whatever. Was like, that's one good thing I did like as well about playing World of Tanks Blitz. Like, I actually do know not loads about each tank, but you know, if you watch a film and it's got a tank in it, I kind of know what it is. Oh, I'm going the wrong. I was going there. Yeah, definitely recognise a lot more of those kind of things. In fact, let's just cut straight up here. Grab them, and then where does it want? Up there. And yeah, I'll say, like, when I played that World of Warships thing, again, didn't play it anywhere near as much or anything, but I mean, I remember the ones like the Yamato and that. I didn't get that on World of Warships, but I mean, like, that's a bit of a famous Japanese ship. And yeah, a couple of the biggies, but then when you play a game like that, you get used to which ones you don't want shooting at you. And by extension, you kind of get to know the ones that are actually considered pretty good throughout history. And yeah, sort of similar with World of Tanks Blitz, where it's like, obviously a Tiger and all that I'd probably recognise in most films regardless, but just all the little random ones, the German, like the Stugs, the Panzer IVs, and got the Russian, like T-34s and IS-2s and all that sort of stuff. The British ones, like the Matildas, the Valiant, and the Comet, Crusader. A lot of them weren't particularly great. Tog 2. Oh shit, have I drove straight past it? Yep. Oh no, I haven't. What the hell? I'm tripping. I thought that bridge was that bridge. That's why I just Really didn't recognise where I was for a second there. Beanie London. I think the bridge layer would have been like cheating on the early maps. If I started playing like Sunken now with a bridge layer, I'd be done in like 2 days. Yeah, true. I do think, yeah, some of the maps back in the day would have been a little on the easy side with the bridge layer. Which, yeah, Sunken definitely does come to mind, because there's a few awkward hills in that game that, yeah, are made a lot more awkward if you've got to manually build a bridge or a road or whatever, whereas the bridge layer could solve quite a lot of issues. Sorry, camera, I've got a cat trying to get in on the action. Shit, gotta turn that way. It's over here somewhere. Which one was it out of these? Yeah, I think it's this box I'm carrying that I'll probably just put on the roof. This one in the back. That's what she said. Will do for now. It's determined to tip that other one off. See what I mean? They just put random shit nearby, so you've got to cycle through everything just to go back to your cargo. Personally, I think they'd be better off not drawing attention to that fact. That you can't, like, manually scroll through and choose your own cargo. It's a bit rough, but it should get us there. As long as I don't crash, which is easier said than done. I mean, again, they could do with, like, I know they've added this mule as well, which is now a third version of a vehicle with a crane and all the rest of it, which is a good start, but we essentially have 3 crane vehicles now that have all got the same size sideboard. Like, in theory, I'm not a big fan of that Alkes 400 truck, or however you're supposed to pronounce it. But they could have added that with a crane, for example, so it's also got the bigger sideboard. Or preferably like a vehicle with a semi-truck flatbed sort of size trailer that also has a crane would be nice. I mean, really, they definitely had more variety in SnowRunner, which, like I say, SnowRunner had less things to do, as in, like, you're not building roads, so you don't need a set of pavers and a set of rollers and a set of dump trucks, etc. But there definitely is more variety in SnowRunner. Like, the combinations you can do of vehicles and trailers, you can kind of do each mission 50 different ways if you wanted to, really, whereas this game is a lot more... There's a few vehicles, but mostly you just sort of, like, have to go back to the same few each time. Right, that's that one done. Is this the one? No. Well, I'll go and do this one. I was waiting for it to unlock that mission so I could build the road, but it's not having any of it. Right. Oh, it's my mutt bit, yeah. I'll send that. I think I know roughly where to go, ish. Follow the markers. Why is that mouse back in the middle of the screen? Don't normally see that. I don't know why it keeps appearing tonight. Oh yeah, got a thing saying about updating to Windows 11 tonight as well, and I forgot, it's already October. Which for some annoying reason, are kind of ending Windows 10, which is a pain in the ass, because I really don't want to go to Windows 11. More out of principle, because I already don't like that Microsoft Copilot thing that kept popping up for a while until I deleted it about 8 times over. I ended up getting like, what the hell was it called? Some kind of uninstalling program that finally got rid of that Copilot thing, but apparently Microsoft 11 is just like a lot more AI and all that, which I'm not really a fan of. There is an option to have like an extended security updates for Microsoft 10, but I'm assuming they're going to try and charge us in some way or another. Or yeah, they're obviously just trying to force everyone over to Windows 11 because they've got all kinds of more spyware and all the rest of it that they can put throughout it. And the plan was to move over to like Linux or something, but the problem is I don't have a fucking clue what I'm doing. Which does make life a bit more difficult. So at some point I might have to have a little patch where I'm... Doesn't necessarily mean I definitely won't make videos, but I sort of need a little patch where I'm not necessarily going to make videos, just so I can afford to waste some time doing some research on... I was going to say there is another zone somewhere. Yeah, kind of figuring out if I can get Linux, if it's worth it, if I know what I'm doing. Well, I don't know what I'm doing, but if I can read what someone else said who knew what they were doing and then copy them. That is the plan. But if not, yeah, I don't know, I might have to get that extended security updates, maybe. Depends what they charge. I kind of got Microsoft 10 a little bit cheaper, shall we say. So I don't really want to hand money over to Microsoft if I can help it. Bill Gates has took the piss long enough, releasing mosquitoes everywhere and fucking around with COVID and all sorts. I don't really want to hand him any money if I can help it. I think he's already got enough. Plus, isn't he always saying he's trying to give his money away? So why don't you make Microsoft free? That's how you could give a lot of money away. Instead of donating it to some charity that probably has a CEO that gets paid 1.8 million a year to be the CEO of the charity. Cutting here will do for now. Cutting through here, I should say. I think this is the footage. I only had the last bit of it because I waited too long before I saved the footage, so I lost like the first bit of this mission, so I didn't really edit it. But I can't remember what I'm doing. It's a pretty easy one anyway. Somewhere through here, yeah, is this place. It's handy taking this vehicle up there, because in a little bit it's going to want me to do like a scan. I think it's for collecting a safe or something, but this vehicle has like the yeah, that one, object scanner. Which again, we need a petition to make this thing work in water, because it really is just useless scanning the land. I don't know what relevant information you're ever really going to get. I know it says like, oh, it's a bit yellow there, as if it implies the mud's a bit thicker, which it probably is. It doesn't look like it is, but who really cares? I'm going to drive through it anyway. Whereas knowing how deep water is would be a hell of a lot handier in this game, considering vehicles have varying heights of snorkels and you can't buy taller snorkels. Somewhere up here. Shit, tipped it. Wish this vehicle had a bit more speed to it. I'm not too bothered because overall it's a good vehicle. Although to be fair, if I had to pick between this and just the normal Lynx, For the most part, I probably would just pick the normal links. The only thing this has going, it's got a slightly taller snorkel. Just help in one or two situations. What the hell's this? Bridge layer? Yeah. I can buy them. I can buy them? Well, I suppose I can go and get steel beams by this point, but I'm not. Repair the Riverine oil well. Oh look, the font sizes are the same size this time. That's good news. Maybe they've done some kind of little stealth patch on it. Where's the things I need to delete? Oh yeah, from there. Okay, I'll track that. This is the one where I want to build that road, really. Well, I do, but saying that, it would have been nice if I could have got that bloody scalper somewhere nearby, so I don't know. Otherwise, I've got to keep driving back to there, which is a bit of a pain. If I can get round this way. Well, in theory I can, like if I was in a loaf or something I definitely could, but I haven't got the highest hopes of this vehicle working. Let's hit deploy along the way, even though it probably won't. You never know. You'd think when they did this DLC they would have figured out that the scalper is a giant pain in the arse and would have addressed that issue and made it a lot more deployable. And again, there's areas that look like sand. It looks like up ahead might be good, and it might, but it could just as easily not be. Oh, it does work. Next question. Yeah, it'll do. I can at least spawn. I'll have to probably reverse a bit back and forth there, but that's not too bad to be fair. I think by now they should just add this vehicle for everyone, because to be fair, out of the different dump trucks, the bicolor is still the best and I use that when I can, but it gets its chin stuck a lot. This is like, obviously the next one down, it's 20 tons, but the fact that it's got tracks, there is situations where it is handier, and obviously you can like go sideways and pour sand that way, which helps. It's probably something they should just let everyone have. But they probably won't. It's the same in SnowRunner. It's like the Navistar was a pre-order bonus, and I think they should just let everyone have that, because it's a pretty good vehicle in that game, and it's definitely not OP, because it's not the right shape, really. It's not as good at off-roading, necessarily, as like the Taiga and all that sort of stuff. But it is a good vehicle, and it does feel nice to drive in that game. Obviously, most people don't really have the option, unless you buy it as separate DLC, which I think you can with this now as well, actually. It's a lot easier being able to fill it back up from here, like. See, the magic of editing, I could chop it all out, but yeah, when I was doing this last time, I had to keep driving all the way back down there. Lively there. There. Beanie London. My game does seem to run okay on Windows 11 until it gets an update, I think, in the background. I leave it logged on, so when I'm not playing, it's just on the menu, but I get a crash like every week. Yeah, but it's more like the... You know how they keep trying to add stuff that's like more and more intrusive each time? Like, it seems they did sort of say Windows 10 was going to be the final one. Then it seems like they realised sort of like, oh shit, we didn't wedge AI and stuff into everything we possibly could, so then they just kind of backtracked and then have made Windows 11, which it may end up being fine if I did end up getting it. It's probably, a lot of it is just being awkwardly stubborn, really. mean, it would force me, if I did, to figure out how to use Linux. But yeah, I've also heard, like, games can be more awkward to get to run on Linux, which obviously will be a bit awkward for me, since, yeah, I kind of need to get on games, really, to make videos. A bit of thinner layer because the sand go a bit further. It's not bad. It gets beached on its own sand though. Zach, do you know if it's possible to unlock the construction depot earlier if you drive over to it? I don't know. I've got a feeling probably not, because I only did that mission the other day. I know it's down here somewhere. But whatever mission I did first, it unlocked a mission then that said, like, drive a delivery vehicle from about here down to there. So I don't know if it, like, it didn't seem to matter that whether I was near it or not. It's just once I did another mission, it unlocked the ability to deliver the vehicle. Have I got anything nearby? I don't know, I might drive over there in a little bit and see, but yeah, I'd probably be like about 90% sure it won't let you. It'd be nice if it did, because yeah, I agree, it was a bit late in this game. I know I'm only about halfway through this map, I suppose, but I would have liked the construction zone a bit earlier as well. Trees down first, because then when I'm pouring sand I won't get stuck on them and end up having like a big hump of sand. That's another thing actually, this thing does knock trees down very well. Beanie London, it was a mission to unlock it on this map. It didn't come up until about 50% through. Yeah, same here. I think it was in yesterday's video where I got like that glitch on the next mission. I think delivering that vehicle was like at the start. But you need to fix that road that's over there anyway, which doesn't mean it's impossible, but gonna have to get some kind of like equipment over there. It might not unlock until you unlock that tunnel exit base, maybe. Oh shit, yeah, I'm supposed to get some more sand. Beanie London, I'd like to create a route, get trucks and have AI pave it for me so it's smooth. Yeah, it'd be quite nice. It'd be quite cool if you could sort of draw your own roads and get the AI to do them as well. It shouldn't be too difficult, really, because the whole concept of the AI is already in the game. It's just only lets you do whatever road the game's decided, but in theory I don't see why I couldn't draw like a line along this road and let the AI do it itself, which then it'd actually make one bucket of sand go a lot further than it does doing it manually, which would be quite nice. I mean, again, you can imagine how much longer this took when I had to keep driving all the way back up there to get sand last time. But it's one of them again where it did take longer, but it could have so easily, like, that scalper could not have deployed and I could still be driving it around now trying to get it to deploy. At which point that burns a load of your time off anyway. This vehicle does struggle to drive over its own, like, hump of sand that it's recently laid. I think a lot of vehicles do. The bike will get stuck a lot like that as well. I wish they would tweak that a little bit somehow. Right. It's a bit of a rough job, but it gets it done. Got to get a stupid semi-truck across there. Oh god, I might have to drive this bag of crap down there as well. Again, at least I've spawned it on this side of the road, so that's a bit less. I've got to do... See, if this thing had a winch, I could have strapped a cable to that and at least dragged it with me along the way. I mean, it has got a cable on the back. It's got an entire trailer hitch thing. This thing looks like it should be able to tow some fat trailers. Which I wonder if they ever will add it into the game. Or if it is purely aesthetic, like the fact that they've added a giant trailer hitch thing at the back though. You'd think it implies there might be some plan to add trailers. Maybe not like literally so you can hook them up on this vehicle, it might add like a separate... Bit like how the Zix is like, you have to get it with the heavy trailer, but they might add a version of this that has a trailer. Which would be quite cool, because then it'll actually be a tracked vehicle that does tow trailers. Which, if I'm not mistaken, there isn't really anything as of yet that's like a tracked vehicle that also has like a trailer and all the rest of it. I know there is like that little Epic or whatever it is that's like tracked and got a little sideboard, but in the end, I don't know. I wanted to like that Epic thing more, but I was a bit disappointed by the time I got it. It's a bit like the Derry of SnowRunner. I was like, come on, spread that sand out. One more run back over it. I could do with the I don't know, road building vehicles kind of back on the other side anyway, but may as well do one other pass just to see if I can make a few patches a little bit wider. Even an extra inch or two, them inches add up. Well, saying that, about at this point, it's probably about as wide as the paver's going to do anyway, so I suppose after that it'll just miss off the edges. I mean, you mainly need to build this road because the semi-truck that has to get through here is pretty damn hopeless. But since then, I have used this quite a bit. It does make it quite easy to kind of come out your garage, run up this side of the map, cut across here, and then you're back to like this edge with the steel mill and all the rest of it. Again, overall, I think this is a pretty decent map. It seems like quite a nice map that, again, isn't all connected at first, but if you do just spend a little bit of time popping a few roads down and all the rest of it, then it does actually sort of connect it up and flow quite well in the end. Whereas, yeah, by comparison, like, Contamination just... There's still... At least they had those, like, swing bridge things you could put into place, but... I don't know, the map felt very similar by the end of the game than it did at the beginning, really. Even though there was a few patches of water I drained on that map, but then the game glitched and ended up refilling them. All the train bridges, I got them down, but then it glitched and raised them back up, so the map ended up, to me, feeling about the same as it did when I started it anyway. Oh, now I've got to drive this hopeless machine. At least we don't have to go that far this time. Oh, it's like backache today. I reckon this gaming chair I've got, it doesn't really give you very good posture, and I think it's more, it's got like a headrest on the back of it. Or at the top of it, I mean, but like, because I sort of sit taller than the chair, I think the headrest ends up sitting at like my shoulders, and then it naturally makes you kind of slump forward, which I don't think is very good. I probably should just take the headrest off. Yeah, that's not bad, being able to lean back a bit. Chairs are never tall enough. It's the same with a bath as well. Like, I don't think I've ever had a bath in a bath where I don't either have my knees and legs sticking out or half my body. I need longer baths. I'll have to look into that. Oh my god, could have learned how to play piano in the time it took to get over here. Never heard it so clearly in my headset, kind of making a squidgy noise as I'm laying this. That's what she said. So no matter how horrific it gets stuck, like because of the tiniest little change in height. I need to make an off-road version of one of these. This is made for like roads that are built like nice smooth glass sheets, but in this game because the problem is if I come back with the bulldozer and try and flatten that to the same level, eventually it'll smooth the sand out to where there's now not a thick enough layer, and then you start having like the shape of the terrain underneath start showing through, and then at that point the road can get like just as lumpy, if not lumpier. And then this thing will get stuck. Like now it just absolutely wants to turn right, and every time I try and apply any left it just runs out of juice. It really is a terrible vehicle, but just the entire concept of it really, because the other bunker thing ain't really any better. But I could almost forgive that one more because it's kind of like the starter paving vehicle. This is like the most expensive one. Should work better than it does. I didn't really plan on reversing all this way, but while I was kind of halfway through doing it, plus I might spin it around and just go backwards. See how much better, or if it's worth it or not. It's annoying having the beeping going constantly. I thought about getting stuck, it almost did. I mean, again, it's not really that bad. I know it's not great, but like I say, an off-road version of this would be way more like it. Paver especially is so terrible to drive. It gets stuck on any dip in the road bed. Yeah, it is just terrible. Like, these sort of things they need to tweak with the game. That's kind of like the difference between... I definitely, absolutely don't regret getting this game, and I think it's worth the money and all the rest of it. If you scaled it in terms of like how many hours of fun I've had out of this game, it's pennies an hour really. But yeah, like SnowRunner I played for 4 odd years, and I've got other seasons to do, and I could play that for plenty more. Like, it just didn't really, sort of the general foundation of the game felt pretty fun and enjoyable. This one you can definitely like, it's wearing out a little bit because the road building just gets a little bit annoying between this thing being crap and maps in particular like Contamination, where they didn't really have any sand quarries, and then the scalper's terrible, so that kills like quite a big part of this game. And then yeah, sort of it's definitely wearing off quicker. Like, it's like I say, when I've done these maps I'm sort of going to move on to a different game, well, SnowRunner, but I might pick something else as well. I still don't know myself yet, but yeah, it's kind of the difference between playing a game for months versus being able to play one for years. And if they got things like this fixed, where it just paved a road properly and quickly, and not got stuck every 2 seconds, it would keep the road building aspect a bit more interesting for a while longer. But yeah, I just kind of getting to the point where it's like, you get to a mission like this and you sort of think, ugh. And it's not like, the laying sand part I don't really mind. I think the dumper trucks are just about good enough. The bicycle's a bit of a pain with its massive chin. I wouldn't say no to another vehicle that's a little bit more off-road capable that can also do 40 tons of sand. But worst case, there is the bicycle, and if you do have a sand quarry in radius, you can just keep refilling it, so that's not really the end of the world. Yeah, I mean, overall, it did seem to be better, I would say, reversing it. What? I thought it was a supply route. Oh, no. Where's the... that one? And after all this, we've still got to hope the semi-trucks can get around this corner, which I can assure you is sketchy at the best of times. It's only really that corner. Once it gets down here, it was actually fine for me. It even got over this bridge first try. And it even got... I had to adjust the route a bit round here, but only because I cut it a bit close to that wall, so it actually wasn't really the semi-truck's fault. So I basically got it round that corner as well, first try. I might do that one next. Just want to see if I need to adjust the line on this semi-truck. They kept going really wide for me, so that's why I've kind of... But I did pave that a little bit last time. Whereas, yeah, I was going to say, like, I still cut it a lot more than where I've drawn the line. Azov's going in. Kind of helping-ish. And then the van. At least they might get stuck. If it's drawn the green line up to here, then when you respawn it, it'll just spawn along here and it'll sort of be fine after that. Come on, hurry up and get stuck. You know you want to. Yeah, not really the angle of the line either. Plan B. Wanker. See, now though, they'll go too wide, I reckon. Just getting this as a standby just in case. So now he's like obnoxiously going outside the line. Oh, what are you honking at me for? So I mean, regardless of building the road, I just remember this mission was more awkward because it's the semi-truck. The other two vehicles actually kind of do a half reasonable job. Alright, now if I spawn them again, they should at least be a little bit further ahead. That's got him round that corner. Of course, still getting stuck. God, man. Just work. It's not that much to ask. Like, the game is the one forcing me to do this AI route. It's not like I picked it. Or picked the vehicle. Just get there, you tosser. Plan C. It'll leave my vehicle there. It might kind of have to scrub along against it. But no. And again, this semi-truck is just hopelessly, like, not suitable in this game. I mean, it's the kind of thing you want on Euro Truck Simulator. Not Roadcraft. Right, boost the semi-truck. Here's your mission, Azov. So after this corner, though, this should be alright now. Well, I'll say alright. Those two should bully the semi-truck into getting further. Which is good enough. Blame this tree. Wish you could knock these bigger ones over. There's like a few missions on this game where it says like clear the areas down here. Even though you do clear them, there's still, if I remember correctly, there's some big trees in the area that kind of defeat the point. Right, next problem, does he get over that? They actually seem to listen to the line centrally, whereas bridges in the past, they go off a bit to the side, but I think the difference might be that I've manually laid that bridge. So it's the game's not already counted it as, like, I don't know, programmed into the terrain of the game. They're just listening to that line, I think, at the minute, whereas if they'd already put a road in, I'll be willing to bet they'd go left or right of the line you draw. Should, yeah, see, like, he does undercut the corner, that's why I ended up clipping on them last time, but he should be alright. Right, that's that. So next one, the riverine thing. Deliver this. Should pop up in a sec. Oh, that semi-truck and that got there. That's the one. I think it's best going off to the right. Steve McQueen, Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2 are amazing games. Are they? Yeah, I saw they looked pretty good from the thing I've seen in that, but... And again, they were sort of bundled together as, like, pretty damn cheap between all the games versus, like, really what they'd all cost separately. So yeah, I've got them, I've just not played them yet. Which, like I say, at some point I kind of need to probably have a couple of days, like, where I don't make a video, because then I can actually afford to mess around and do some other stuff. I'm kind of always, like, every day making a video. As much as I like it, I'll carry on doing it, but I just mean, yeah, it doesn't necessarily leave a lot of time to look into other stuff in the meantime. But that's good. If they're good games, I'll probably get a bit of use out of them. I mean, again, from the things I've seen, it almost reminded me a bit of, like, an alternate version of Elder Scrolls. It sort of seemed a bit open worldy, and you upgrading certain things and the weapons you got and whatnot. It might be a bit, I'm not saying it is like Elder Scrolls, but it just sort of reminded me of that kind of thing. And yeah, I did enjoy that game. I mean, they have remastered and re-released Elder Scrolls Oblivion, which I'm kind of interested in getting that at some point, because yeah, I loved that game back in the day. Poured a lot of hours into that one. But when it released, it was like 50 quid, and it's one of them, it's like, yeah, I'll wait, I'll hold till there's some kind of ridiculous sale on. But again, Steam does seem pretty good at trying to bait you in with these offers, which aren't necessarily bad. I do know on Steam it's like you don't own the game, but assuming I'll still be able to get access to the game the entire time I kind of own it, then that'll do. At least they're up front and just say, like, you don't technically own the game, you just kind of pay them for a license to play it. But yeah, I can't see Steam going anywhere anytime soon, so that license to play it should continue for a while. Well, who knows, that fucking Starmer might try and make everyone get a digital ID to play a game. Talking about using digital ID to access your money. It's like, well, fuck you then, I ain't gonna put my money in a bank, am I? I'm not even gonna get one of them digital IDs, fuck them. For a start, the amount of crime going on in England at the minute, I'll just say, yeah, I got robbed. They stole my digital ID. And they'll be like, yeah, we have a tracker in it, sir. It's flashing in your bin. You're like, oh, about that. I'll microwave that motherfucker if they try and give me one. That's why when the new £5 notes came out in England, I'm pretty sure there's something going on in them. And I microwaved one. And it did spark in some weird ways. If you microwave older money, it doesn't. Something weird with them new ones. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'll still use them when I have to. It's one of them. It's a bit like the same reason I'm being stubborn about Windows 11. I like to be stubborn with everything generally government related, even though when it actually comes down to it, because I'm not doing anything wrong, it's like, I don't care if they know where I live. I don't care if they're actually watching what I do on my phone, because it's of nothing like of any interest really anyway. But yeah, it's like the fun of making it difficult for them. It does keep me entertained somewhat. So it's like, I will resist digital IDs with everything I've got. But strictly speaking, I don't really give a shit whether they know, I don't know, whatever it is they think they're going to know. I mean, again, or just, I don't know, catch a wild fox and strap it to that and release it back into the wild. Right, basically, back down the road I just built. And then wing it. Just send it. Got a bit of a wheelie going. These are obviously a bit of weight to them. Do you know what I should have? Probably, I won't now, but I should have grabbed those slabs out of there while I was there, really. Was it this road? I hope it was. Steve McQueen, have you tried the Jack of All Trades tyre pack in SnowRunner? Yeah, I've not played it since I've got SnowRunner on the PC, but when I had it back on the PS4, I got that, and I think it was cool. Even, like, there might be more to it, but it was, I think there was offered new tyres, but even just the fact that some of the tyres look different and better tread patterns and all the rest of it, I liked it just for that. But if I remember correctly, I think it did actually add, like, you know, tyres with decent stats as well. And again, like when I bought SnowRunner on the PC, that's one thing I was waiting for, which they ended up doing it as like a bundle when the Year 5 pass came out. Because yeah, I needed to basically rebuy all the DLC that I'd bought on the PS4. Otherwise, when I transferred my save, it'd delete loads of shit off my save because I wouldn't have the DLC for it on the PC version. So yeah, I ended up, like, I'd already bought SnowRunner and I still spent 120 quid buying like the Year 5, but then everything else that was bundled into it, which I think might be the most I've ever spent on a game. I think it's gotta be. I mean, technically, like, well, World of Tanks Blitz I've spent more on, but I've had that game for like 11 years, and it's obviously one of those games that it's not really like Call of Duty where they bring a new one out all the time or whatever. I really didn't want that rock sitting in the middle of the road. But yeah, as far as like buying an actual just game, like a console game, or in this case PC, but kind of counting it as the same thing, I think that's the most I've ever spent, because other than that, I've got like, I used to get the, I don't know, deluxe edition of Call of Duty or whatever, because you just ended up getting like a few extra weapons and maps or whatever, but yeah, I think SnowRunner and the year passes and all the DLC bundled together was probably the most I've spent on a single game. So Year 5 better be good. Right, I think if I just kind of send it this way somewhere. Can't remember exactly, but there's bound to be a way through here. yeah, there's my sand scalper. Typical stupid arm. See, that's like another thing, when you do finally get to deploy it, how often it ends up putting one of those arms over the road that you then need to drive past. It's not too bad if you're driving, but if you have to send AI down that way, which on various maps like Kernel, I found a place for building like the first road down to the whatever station it was, and the only place I got the scalper to deploy was the same thing. It put those bloody arms in the way of the road that the AI would get stuck on. Shit. Beanie Londoner. I hate that trucks spawn randomly around the service vehicle. Yeah, true. I must admit, it is a little bit weird. I wonder if it's... oh shit, I don't know what. I was waiting for them to unghost, but obviously I've got to drop these off. Yeah, I do know what you mean, though. It is a little bit hit and miss and random. Yeah, the glitch where you're able to duplicate them, like, duplicate vehicles, I sort of managed to get it working when, see again, like, you got to pick your stuff up, but they just put a load of random barrels, so you got to cycle through everything just to get back to the thing. Yeah, I was able to sort of spawn vehicles when it was saying, like, there's not enough room to place one, so maybe that's why they've made it kind of move around and definitely, like, not let you spawn it unless it finds a bit of map that's, like, big enough to spawn it, but it does end up, like, now, yeah, sometimes it'll, like, spawn a vehicle over there, but another one over there. Sometimes it'll spawn one, like, on the other side of a fence you're near, which you then can't get back over, and yeah, it is a little bit messy now with the way it recalls vehicles. I might drain them swamps. I can get that safe. I might do that soon, but the swamps are kind of quite handy. For what it's worth, it's random, but I notice it. Like, this is the northern swamp. When you go here, it's like the southern pump, and then the south one is like the north pump. You know what I mean? Like, you'd think it'd make, like, just to make it easier and more logical, the one that's the furthest north on the map would go to the northern swamp, and then the one that's underneath it would go to the south, but for whatever reason they're backwards. Right, so I may as well just get another mule. Why not? Well, in fact, you know what, because Justin Lynch was saying earlier, and it's true, like, I've just been using this mule for a while. I think another reason is when you scroll down this menu, as you can see, you get to the mule quite quickly, whereas to get to, like, if I remember correctly, the Voron's nearer the bottom. Not quite the bottom, but not, yeah, there. So that's probably another reason I just keep using the Trailblazer. It just happens to be, like, nearer the top of the menu for spawning it. Which is a good enough reason. It's all the reason I need. Dragonbane, until you use the steamroller on that, it is still sand. Oh yeah, true, yeah, that is a good point actually. I forgot to do the steamroller after. I did on my, like, on my normal map I did it as well, yeah, that's a good point. That's probably why the semi-truck was struggling as much as, well, I'd still think it struggled like that anyway, but yeah, I do know, you are right, like, if I did go and pave it, or steamroller it, sorry, it would have made life a little bit easier for it, probably. See, again, another location, like, they just put loads of random barrels here for no reason, so now you got to scroll through everything. Oh shit, this tip's a lot easier than the Trailblazer. I didn't have my crane legs out, but still, that went pretty quick. Oh, now I'm stuck on a barrel. Crane really doesn't like to listen if you're not horizontal. Oh, you wanker. I know I'm going to have to drive back, but I'm going back to the mule. I've realised reason number 2 why I won't be using the Voron much more. Definitely didn't like that. It felt way shitter. I did notice though, the Voron looked like a much smaller vehicle there, so it seems like it's, and like overall probably sits a bit narrower, etc. But yeah, that was just twice. That tipped very easily at that point, so fuck that. At least it's not a far drive to get back here. Being in London, I tried a bunch of times to get trucks to go over that bridge. Very unpredictable. Yeah, I mean, it's gone alright for me both times, but I do know, generally speaking, getting AI to cross bridges is sketchy at the best of times. Which, yeah, is another thing they could do with tweaking a little bit, really. There's definitely some things that need polishing in this game, to say the least. But again, I mean, they seem to be moving on to so many new different games all the time that I think they've already, was it another 3 games or something they got coming out, so not that that's like a good excuse for them, but that's probably why, like realistically speaking, that's probably why, because they're just sort of moving on to the next game as quick as possible. Trying to squeeze out them profits. But I have to say, in fairness, like, it's back the same on SnowRunner. They could be a lot more ruthless with the way they monetize the game in general. With, for example, like adding, like the DLC vehicles they added in SnowRunner, they could definitely make them a lot more OP. There's a few. I mean, the Zix, I suppose that is a DLC vehicle, but the actual map itself, that area in general, kind of warranted having a pretty good vehicle like the Zix. But for the most part, like the what's it called, like the Brigadier or something, the GMC, I don't know, there's loads of stuff they added that, again, like if it was Call of Duty equivalent, they'd add something, make it completely overpowered. Yeah, and so it sort of makes you at that point have to buy the DLC, really. Whereas they haven't really gone too mad with it on this game. I'm just thinking, well, I've got to drive up to there. No, fuck it. I was going to say I could maybe drive around this way and do the safe thing while I'm at it, but it's going to make me deliver the safe somewhere back here anyway, I think, so I may as well just forget about it. Is it worth going up and round, though? I suppose I could, actually. Get to that side of my road, yeah, and then cut through there. Something like that. Where am I there? Been in London. Be back later. I have to go fix a valve. No worries, man. I had a dump truck spawn on a rock and it rolled over. Yeah, exactly. I think it was on Contamination, actually, at the steel mill kind of area. I spawned the vehicle that, like, a logger thing that collects the logs. And yeah, that spawned on something and tipped over, which thankfully, like, the loaf was right there, so I was able to tip it back with the loaf, but still, I do know what you mean. It is very scruffy. And it, again, it used to be less scruffy, but I think that's probably part of how they've, like, stopped that sort of duplication glitch occurring. Well, I got a bit lucky there. I might have tipped if I didn't hit that tree. I'm gonna have to hit a few more of them. Oh, it's a fallen tree in the background. I thought it was like a ramp then. I was getting pretty interested. I've noticed as well, like on this game, when it released and it says you've got like mods, but they don't really. They seem to add like the mods that are on the list seem to appear like say within the first week or whatever it was. And there doesn't really seem to be any more getting added now. I don't know if like they've made it. I don't know. Like, and for one, there doesn't really seem to be any vehicle mods. It seems to be all different variations of map mods. But I just noticed that the other day that I had a look on the list again, and yeah, I don't know why there doesn't seem to be any new mods coming into this game. Oh yeah, I sort of want to go around this way, I suppose. Oh, the gearbox. Oh my god, not like this. Yeah, because in this mission, I'm sure this is one where it says about, like, don't be afraid to use bridge layers and all that, but... where I'm driving now, there's, like, a little bit of the island is kind of connected. Whereas, yeah, I don't know if they're implying, like, to use bridge layers from over there, maybe, but whatever. This way seems to be better. Oh, shit. Didn't unstrap it. Nice. So one of them done. Taking its time, but it's technically done. Yeah, because there's like a road that's opened up now going that way. I might leave that there because when I use the links to scan that area, and then I've already got a mule nearby that can grab the safe, which is there, but you can't really tell because it's kind of buried under rocks, but that is where it is. Well, I may as well spawn another one of these. And may as well do the southern pump, because at least that gets various areas of the map drained. And then yeah, see what we're going to do after that. I'm getting a bit of a banging headache coming on. It's not too bad at the minute, but it's trying to be. I only noticed the other day as well. I've only got my monitor or whatever turned up like half brightness. I already thought it was bright as fuck, but apparently it goes a lot brighter. Although I'm not going to bother because yeah, I think that won't help with headaches and so on. For God's sake. Shit, sorry, I'm not even looking where I'm going, which doesn't help. I thought it was like a butterfly. Oh no, it's a high-vis jacket. Yeah. Reminds me of my ex. think it was this way I gotta go. Probably should track the mission in a minute. I'll keep going now while I've got a bit of momentum in my vehicles. I don't have to go back up through 80 million gears, but next time I get stopped a bit. Oh yes, downhill with the wind behind me. She's cooking. I was going to say it might catch its chin here, but it don't seem too bad. Right here though. Yeah, did I not have to clear that to clear the area? Or was that considered clearing the area maybe? See what I mean though, it doesn't really like... you don't really clear the area. Like you do in spirit. But that's about it. Something like that. Again, you probably could drive over there. It's just more the angle that I think I'll catch my chin more than drowning. So it's, I think, probably just less hassle to go around. Can we make this corner? Sort of. Oh my god, it went terribly. Can we get the crane out in time? You bastard. Luckily, the dozer is just here. It was stubbornly tried to carry on going over that guardrail thing. Then it bit me. But it was worth the risk. Yeah. Yeah, it just looks like it'd be more awkward to get your chin. But again, that's probably where it's trying to hint you could go with a bridge layer, however. Which, like I say, I'm surprised when they did this DLC that they didn't release this as the first map. Because again, the fact that you kind of did that mission earlier where I unlock the bridge layer, but obviously the chances are, if you've got this DLC and by the time you've played Contamination, you've probably bought a bridge layer by now anyway. So I think they were originally intending this to be the first map, which would have made more sense, but then at that point, unless you bought one, but as the game's kind of insinuating that you've only just found the bridge layer, and I've already had to use a bridge back on the other side, so in theory I'd have to buy another bridge to lay it across there, and then to do that I'd have to go and like take stuff to the steel mill, turn it into steel, take it to my base so it's in my resource storage, and then use that to buy a bridge. So it'd be a lot of extra hassle really, just for, yeah, when you can just drive around. But yeah, now it's emptied, you can see it probably wasn't like so deep I'd drown, but whatever. It's in the bag. Oh shit, wrong button. Yeah, so that's like that bit drained and that bit. And then I think this middle bit, there was a mission I'm sure I did that got this a bit drained. Can't remember what now off the top of my head. Oh, that's clearing a shitload of objects. Power line, I've not even done that on my playthrough. Oh, I may as well do this bloody safe then. I've got to scan the area, so I may as well take this thing. Wish I had more fat hills like that you could drive up and down. I know it won't reach yet, but just, I don't know, habit. I mean, I already know where it is, so I just thought I may as well drive around this way. In fact, now I'm down it, I might even be able to... I don't know, actually, it's not looking good because this is probably going to block me. Sure it's somewhere along here. Oh, yeah, it is. I can see it up ahead. Well, I can see the rocks that are in the way anyway. There we go. We'll leave it there for now. I could do with trying to reach off the edge and try and get it that way instead. Oh no, I might have took the... Yeah, I think when I went out with the truck, I kind of went a weird way around that way. Alright, so we want to sort of go back over there. I'm going to try and go up there, see if I can sit on that bit of rock and reach. Not got too much hope. Last time I kind of slid down and fell into there. That's one nice thing though about already having kind of done the map, or you know, up to what I've done. At least when I do the live stream, I kind of already roughly know what's going on, which helps speedrun a few of the missions, or relatively anyway. This could all go wrong and take ages, but in theory, I know what the outcome is supposed to be. Yeah, because I think I leant over from here last time, whereas if I go here... Thanks, handbrake, that's useless. Almost fucked me already. And yet again, it's another mission where you basically got to cycle through shitloads like of rocks, hoping that it goes to the right thing. And 95% of them are of no use anyway. But I don't know if it can reach, like if it'll ever get the ones that are useful. So in the end, you kind of have to move all the useless ones. Assuming that it can't reach. Well, it's close, but not enough. I mean, in the end, I kind of got lucky because when I slipped down the hill last time, I ended up on my wheels, so I was basically down there. It's definitely more awkward to get back out of there, but you probably end up saving the time you lose by like. And again, if you could scroll through the winch points, you could figure out very quickly if you can actually reach it or not. Happening. I'm probably not getting out of this one though. Unless... Well, that's still a bit harsh. how quick it was. Oh, there we go. Hello, I'm in the crane. What the fuck are you doing, game? I'm in the crane. Well, this is going to end up being a bit of an awkward one, I reckon. Open. Somehow I managed to get a rock in my sideboard. Sounds like some medical condition. There is the safe underneath. What a bastard. For a start, why can't I cycle to any cargo while I'm in the crane? Because I would grab that safe while I'm here. Well, it's not looking good. Alright, might leave this mission for a bit. I'll try and get over here with this. But this ain't looking good in its own right, so... If not, we'll save it for another day, I reckon. Yeah, fuck it. An attempt was made. Supply route... I don't mind doing that, but I would like to build that road. But I think I've also done enough road building tonight, really. Well, that only leaves that one. Again, I mean, I may as well bring a crane over, really, like a big crane. Although, to be fair, a dozer would be handy for a lot of it, but then every now and then you'll get one, like, caught on a bit of stuff, and then it becomes a big pain in the arse to try and get it out of the way. However, I do have a dozer, probably nearer than any other vehicle. But yeah, whether it gets across this section, really, is where it gets not just boggy, but yeah, the mud just makes you go horrifically slow, and to be fair, a tracked vehicle really isn't the best for trying to turn. Which I've got to be honest, I wish they kind of wouldn't do bits like this, because it's not really more difficult, it just makes you go boringly slow. Like, if all you still got to do is basically squeeze the trigger, it'd help if I could steer, but again, it's more of a general problem with the tracked vehicles. That's true, why can't you destruction mode your way through it? Yeah, so that's basically fucks that one up. How many more cranes do we have? Still got one. It's got 148 grand. It's building back up again. Again, I need to go back to that Sojourn or Sandswept or whatever and sell a load of my stuff. chin caught the instant goes off-road. Again, why do they have such massive chins on cranes? Surely, I know they still put their legs out anyway, but it'd make more sense to have an axle like really near the front. Like, they always seem like they want to have really low slung cabs, but I don't really know why. Especially in this case, when in theory the driver would be sitting in that cab anyway. I suppose maybe it's so the crane sits flush now, like it goes over the top of the cab, but I don't know. I think a crane with more cornered axles would be better. I'm going to try and be cheeky and give this a nudge while I'm here, but I don't know how well it'll work. Not very. Oh shit. You can always just ping the crane legs out. If that doesn't work, then you are in deep shit. But as well, the fact that you can just do that and kind of trick the game out of any difficulty it's trying to get you into. Kind of, yeah, you may as well just make this better at off-roading in the first place and not force you to have to keep doing this. Which again, you can see how that, like, the crane legs just cut straight through the mud at the minute. Oh yeah, it's where there's like a patch of non-deformable terrain that I remember I kept getting my chin caught on. Still would like that bloody dozer. Can we reach it? Must be able to. Why is the mouse in the middle of the screen? I don't know if you... Yeah, you can see it. I don't know why it keeps coming back. It's not something I've ever noticed before. It did ask me if I want to update OBS. But I think it asks me every time, but I'm just about to start live streams at that point, so I always click remind me later. I mean, again, crane, you have one job. Wanker. And again, it might be based off some real life limits and whatnot, but yeah, I just want it to work as a crane in the game. Yeah, without doing a wheelie, like every time you lift anything heavier than a shoebox. And even if that crane does have limits, give me an even bigger crane. Give me one that doesn't have limits, or at least not limits of lifting like this vehicle. It's making me swerve off to the right. Every time I try and apply left steering, it just kills the momentum. Like, what are you doing? You really do need to fix this shit in this game. Oh my god, now it's just going to follow its same... I don't know why it's randomly arcing to the right. Time-wasting bastard. No, turn that way, you twat. So after all this, it'll probably drown its engine now. Oh my god, I've taken the piss, but I thought about it. Yeah, certainly any time that you would theoretically save by using the dozer to clear this area is wasted by getting the dozer over here. And then yeah, you can obviously tell it's kind of coded different, and once you get back to quote-unquote normal mud, it'll go back to normal. It's obviously just that area in general is made to be an extra bastard. tried to clip that tree on the way past. Made it go a bit cockeyed, but didn't kill it. Of course you do pipe. Why is everything now rolling off to the side? For the love of God, game, just do something good that makes you feel like you did something good and not just fought your way through the game being annoying. Like, why are they just rotating off to the side? Like, I'm going to get a barrel and a pipe there and 2 rocks. And how many times do you want to move a rock and it manages to go under? The one time I don't give a shit about rocks, it's suddenly an expert at moving them. Which, yeah, if you can get several things moved at once, it saves doing the crane 50 times, but again, that's if. So, I mean, this got stuck on, like, nothing last time. Did the same thing, basically. There was some kind of pipe there. But it wasn't that, it got stuck, that spool got stuck between that rail and, like, the blue rail and the white rail. Oh, for the love of God. It's another reason why I'd like marching mode, but with a lower bucket, because you have to keep going back to sand flattening. You'll get out the zone. But yeah, this is where they do need some more kind of exciting missions in this game, really, because like I say, this is getting a bit repetitive. Just keep clearing areas that either I do this. I mean, I use the dozer to spice it up a little bit. Otherwise, you're just bringing the crane back and then you're plucking objects out of an area. It's a little bit standard issue. Valves are fucking awkward for some reason. Right, what are you, a fucking Michael Jackson barrel? Fucking moonwalking your way back in there. Fuck off. I'm going for this valve just on principle that it's a fucking annoying bastard that doesn't get pushed in a straight line. Do it, bucket. And then you just keep looking back like, oh my god, I've still got 10 or 15 things to get out of here. This spool might be awkward. Let's just get these done. So in theory, if it goes nice, 5 items out in one run is pretty good. Push that beam with my tracks a little bit. Not really. Oh yeah, because I'm in reversing in sand flattening mode, it doesn't really matter. that spool a little bit. Yeah, not enough. Because that stupid pipe thing is in the way. Ford Tough 83, I'll have to rewatch later, just joining in. Hope you're having a good stream. Yeah, not too bad, cheers dude. A few little mishaps, but it's pretty normal for me, especially when it comes to driving. Well, I'll say that in real life. Touch wood. I've never crashed. I had an M5 for years, and it was definitely crashable. It definitely went crashable speeds in that thing. I wonder what my M5 is doing these days. I wonder who's got it, if it has been binned by now, or wonder what's happening. Always wanting to know what happened to my brother's Nissan 300ZX as well. It was a really nice looking example of one. And yeah, at some point he sold it, and yeah, I wonder if it's still going, or again, that was like twin turbo crazy thing. That was definitely very crashable. I mean, I'd love to know where a lot of the cars I've had or whatever. My first car, I mean, that was a Ford Escort that was like, yeah, done up to look a bit like a Cosworth, but like it was, but only really because it had the Cosworth spoiler. But I'd imagine that's been scrapped by now. I can't really see. It might have a chance because it's got the amount of body kit on it. Someone's either stripped that all off and scrapped the car, but there is a small chance it's still hanging on in there, just because it's got a load of body kit and all the rest of it, and someone might be like, you know, if it's cheap and the only way they can get that that level of body kit, they might keep it as is. And some of the old Beamers we own, especially the V8, the pot Beamer, they just had pot on the number plate. That was always an easy way to remember it. Yeah, I'd love to know. That went to Wales as well. God damn, probably dressed it like a sheep and shagged it. That poor car. Well, I kind of need a mule over here, really, to grab them. I may as well bring this one. I'm just wondering. I'm saying that I might just go along there, because I don't really want to go to that shitty mud. But yeah, it'd be quite cool to see what happened to old cars you used to own. I mean, a lot of them have gone to the scrapyard. Me and my brother personally took them there, but they were just like a Renault Laguna and all that sort of random shit. A few Mondeos. Yeah, I mean, again, we scrapped them, but I wouldn't really care too much what happened to them regardless. But some of the old Beamers we had in that. And yeah, my first car, just because it's my first car, really, it'd be nice to see what happened to it. But again, it was not, I don't know, it was just an old car by that point, so I could definitely see it just getting scrapped. A lot of good times in that car. A lot of bad times in that car. The thing was slow as fuck. Genuinely one of the slowest cars I've ever driven. It might be the slowest car I've ever driven, actually. But then it's all relative, because I remember when we bought the V8 Beamer, before that, at the time, we had a Vauxhall Vectra, which was a 2 litre. And, yeah, and then we bought the V8 Beamer, and then just pretty much was like, yeah, forget the Vectra, just didn't even start the thing up afterwards for a while. And then at some point we sold it, but I remember I had to drive it, like, to the shops for some reason, and when I was in it, I, like, put your foot on the accelerator, and then you go forward a little bit, but not a lot happens, and then you push your foot, like, the other 70% on the accelerator, and it maybe got a bit quicker, but it was like, I honestly was saying to my brother, I was like, is this broke? It doesn't, there's no acceleration or anything to it, and I think it was just after driving like the V8 Beamer, and then we also had a 3.5 litre, like the Alpina B10 thing. Yeah, and then just going back to the Vectra, it's like, fucking hell, this feels well slow. But if you had that relative to like my first car, it probably would have ate it for breakfast. And just in general, I'm not saying 2 litres are rapid, but you know what I mean. They're not like, you can also get like a, you know, 1.2 litre and all that, so it's definitely going to be quicker than them. But yeah, after having the Beamer, it didn't quite feel the same. And then, I mean, we shared that car, but technically my second car that I fully was my own and all the rest of it was the M5, so I went from a horrifically slow Ford Escort to an M5. And yeah, managed to survive owning it. And yeah, again, good times, apart from the fuel bill. You notice that after a while. It's funny as well, because since then, like, I don't know, say my mum's got like a Ford Fiesta or something, and every now and then she'll go, oh, I've got to go and put fuel in it, and it's like, how much is that? And she'll go, 30 quid, and it's like, how long does that last? And you'll be like, oh, about a couple of months. It's like, what the fuck? I must have put 30 quid in. In fact, it was more like 40 quid to visit my mum and dad, or stepdad, but yeah, like 40 quid would go out for an hour or two. And some of that hour or two was sitting around my parents drinking coffee, so definitely, like, you pretty much got used to pricing trips. Like, oh, if I go and visit a mate, it's like, how much will it cost? Quite a lot, but you'll have a lot of fun going there. That was the important thing. I have no regrets owning that vehicle, I know that. It's funny though, because like, I don't, like, some people get new cars, I'm certainly not knocking it. But especially when, like, I did with the Beamer as well, but I got it on finance, so you pay interest. But when people buy brand new cars, it's like, not only do cars suffer a lot from depreciation, but then on top of that, like, if you also get it on finance or some kind of, like, where there's a bit of interest on top, or, you know, like, get a loan to get a car, you end up losing a shitload of money. Whereas that's one thing I sort of don't regret. Like, when I got a car loan to get the M5, I think it's 17 grand I got, like, the loan for. This is going to tip. And yeah, for that, I could have bought a brand new car, but obviously that would have depreciated pretty damn quick. And then on top of that, I'll be paying interest, like, on the loan and all the rest of it. Whereas getting the M5, like, it obviously made it cost a bit more because it was on finance, but not that much really. And because the M5 itself had already done most of its depreciation it was going to do. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, it ended up, like, I didn't really lose a lot of money. But on, like, owning it on fuel, and that was where it did. But again, it's a good way to lose some money. Put it in a V10. Do miss the sound of it as well. Oh, don't do it to me. It's gonna do it to me. I was gonna say, you'd think that's kind of lucky in a way, but the legs prop you up enough that you go out the water. I mean, good. That was a nice little sneaky workaround there. That's how it should be. That's actually how it should be, though. Because getting away with little things like that, that is part of the fun of the game. I like it when you sort of get little extra cheats and tips and tricks that get you out of certain things. Sorry, I'm not looking at the screen. Bit of a wide corner, that one. There's a lot more water down there. Did I drain that then? Where is that behind me? Yeah, yeah. I think it technically did. Oh well. What time is it? It's 6. I'll probably get this done then and probably call it a day for now. I don't know why I like knocking them fences down. Even though I can miss them. Choose not to. Shit, turn. Oh, actually, I was looking at the screen. I was adjusting my mic. Because it's kind of pretty near my face. For some reason, you have to put it nearer, like, on a live stream. I don't know, like, the flexy kind of thing it's on kind of slowly springs back away from me after a while. Shit, tree stumps. We don't want to hit them. Oh, don't do it. It's doing it. Can we, oh, it wouldn't let me if I got to retract them again, it would have rolled it all the way over. Well, that's 2 vehicles stuck. What else have we got? I'm going to have to bring someone else now. Oh, I really don't want it though, because I have to go across that stupid mud again, really. There's another mule. It's always the last mission. Through there. May as well try and go that way again, because it'll cut out the super mud. Right, attempt number 3. I mean, to be fair, I did get a little bit unlucky with that crane, like just tipping over. Because I hit a tree stump. It's one of the rare times I probably would have rather just got stuck on the tree stump than roll my bloody vehicle on it. But yeah, with that crane, if I just got to retract those crane legs again, it will roll all the way over and roll back onto its wheels. It's pretty consistent at doing that as well. Oh, are these like the same rocks? Yeah, it is, I think. Where I had to cut through with the... I don't know, it made me deliver like some little mule vehicle earlier and so on. I didn't realise they were like the same place though. Dip. Definitely quicker than going through that annoying mud though. Right. Try not to roll is the plan. Let's knock that fence over. It's got to be that fence's fault. Fair, at this point I'm probably not gonna, but now I've got 2 mules over here, it'd probably be easier to put 2 of those pipe things I've got to move into each mule, because they are actually pretty damn heavy. I don't even know if I'll be able to, like, this will be a right awkward bastard to move now, because it's got them crane legs deployed. I'll give it a little go, but I don't think a lot's going to happen. Just pushing it this way is just going to tip it to the other side on the crane legs. You need the ability, like in SnowRunner, where you can like pack the crane legs and all the rest of it, even if the engine's off. Because once it is stuck like that, it's way more hassle than it should be. The Loaf could probably do it. Well, I say probably, definitely. He's a goddamn professional. And yeah, I just don't think this crane will do it, and obviously it's not got a winch, so I can't park it behind a tree and do that or anything. Oh yeah, saying that. Well, I could really do with a vehicle with a winch rather than just the crane. I'll just switch here. A heavy one. It's really not liking it. It wants to tip. I mean, that'll do, I suppose. Let's switch before I do tip it. Tip. Oh my god. Let's hang this over this way a little bit. The weight over that way. Still not enough. At that point, plan B is basically leave the crane then this side, so it can't tip over to the right, and then kind of steer into it until it levels back out. I was going to cut up the inside to not have to go off-road like round this crane, so I thought, yeah, it might tip to the right. But it tipped anyway, so, oh my god. At least it sits to where it's like, doesn't quite go 90 degrees over, but again, you can see that it is pretty heavy to the point that this vehicle doesn't really like any kind of motion left or right, which is kind of difficult when you're on an off-roading game. Seems, if anything, it wants to tip more to the right than the left. But I think it would do either, if it was given half a chance. One on the top. One down. Oh my god, that one's falling out. Oh, he could have fell into there. What a selfish valve. Saying that one's not selfish. This one is. Think the inertia of it would be that deliberate. So okay, let's just throw this one in there. In and out of the bloody crane menu. Stupidest thing ever, having to hold the button down to enter it. Yeah, these really do they don't like accelerating. Inertia really does kick in. Oh shit, I didn't catch it on that. Can we be cheeky with it? Yes. Reach the main... I mean, I don't mind doing that, I suppose, just to reach that. Then yeah, I'll probably make this one the last mission then. For today, anyway. Just not too bad, to be fair. I'm not fully up to where I am on the normal playthrough, but I mostly got caught up. It's kind of been handy, to be honest, just deciding to... I don't know, skip half of Contamination and move on to this. Between, especially missing last week's live stream. But yeah, I'm kind of roughly caught back up now. And yeah, I mean, in theory, I could go back to Contamination, but like I say, it's mostly just going to be gathering them barrels, which I've already done, and it's pretty standard issue and boring. Job's a good one. Oh, at least area revealed. It's a bit more of the map unlocked. Yeah, as for... I suppose, in fact... Sorry, I'm going to head down there quickly, because we were talking about earlier. I know it probably won't. But if you could unlock the... what was it? The construction depot. Sawmill, yeah, so I'm best following that road along. Again, yeah, I'm 99% sure it won't really, but it's a good question, it's a good possibility for science. For tree stump. We need to find out. I might be able to cut through the forest and that, but I just sort of, if I go around this way along the Sawmill Road, I know where I'm going, roughly. I mean, for a start, I'm not even sure if I can get across those broken sections of road, but nonetheless, I get what they're saying. Like, on, was it Incommunicado? When you went near the construction zone on that map, it unlocked the mission to deliver the thing to unlock the construction zone, so it is theoretically possible. Knock a tree or two down while I'm here, unless the vehicle just swerves off and misses it anyway. I mean, it's no loaf at pushing trees over, but it will do it. One thing I do like in this game though, you get like a nice satisfying thud when the tree falls and hits the ground. I think that's a definite kind of improvement in general over, say, SnowRunner. That'll do. Well, I might get these few little ones, but I won't try and fully clear the road while I'm heading this way. I'll get some of them. Gonna have to do it at some point. Yeah, so that's the vehicle where it spawns there, I believe. That it wants you to deliver, and obviously it spawned that mission, so in theory there's no reason why it wouldn't spawn that. And then yeah, I think it's down here. For the love of gearbox, we fucking hurry up. treat this vehicle like it's an 18-geared semi-truck or something. I'm pretty sure I've driven and been in, say, relatively, like, vans of this size and stuff. Surely it should be, I don't know, like a 5-speed gearbox. And not have to go through 6 million gears. Oh, don't do it to me. A little wheelie, assert my dominance. I mean, there is the square here. But the problem is, I believe that square wants you to deliver the vehicle. And it is technically lighting up the mission. Oh, there you go. So the vehicle has appeared. So in theory, I don't know, like, I'll quit to the main menu in a sec, so we'll see what % I am. But I'm pretty sure that mission wasn't there until I have driven over here. And, well, yeah, I'm pretty certain it wasn't, because now that vehicle has showed up next to those 2 red crane section things or whatever. So, yeah. Actually, is the answer. It was a good job whoever mentioned it. Yeah, good question, because you can kind of force the construction depot to be a bit earlier. Again, I don't know if, like, you have to have this area revealed, which might mean visiting that main power station there, which obviously at that point I'm already a certain amount into the game. But I definitely don't think I unlocked it this early last time, because I've definitely done those missions, delivering them. I've done the stuck fuel truck, I've not done that. I've done the safe, I've done the supply route, and I've done repair the main power substation. So yeah, I'm quite a ways ahead, and I only did that mission yesterday. So let's find out, and if I return to hub, yeah, as well there, if you look on the event log, 2 minutes ago, new side objective, get the construction depot up and running again. So it did unlock it 2 minutes ago. But like I say, whether it means you could near enough drive over there, like basically when you've started the map, and just drive all the way through the clouds and unlock it, I'm not sure. But I'm only 30% through, so on my normal playthrough, I believe I was 51% of the way through, because then I did the mission yesterday, which must have got me to 53%. And then I tried to do that mission clearing the areas of trees, which I then got the tree glitching, so I kind of stopped there, and then I believe I was on 53%. So yeah, in theory, I mean, I'm just less than a third of the way through the map, instead of being like a good halfway through. If I click on it, yeah, 12 out of 32 objectives. I think I've done 16 out of 32. Side objectives, I've done at least 6. Infrastructure requests, I think I've done at least 12, because I'm sure I was like halfway on everything, except the side objectives was like 6 out of 11, which is like just over halfway. So that's pretty cool. Beanie London, I'm back. My god, paper mills are disgusting. Yes, the construction depot vehicle was not there previously. Need to bridge over a huge canyon to get there. Yeah, but at least it does unlock it. It was a good question to raise, and yeah, that's pretty cool that it does. I ended up taking sand there, but I know what you mean, like to span that little canyon. I obviously got there driving the mule kind of up the side of the mountain there, but I don't think you'll really get the Azov there the same way. So yeah, at some point I'll probably have to take a scalper and that, but at least that means, yeah, I can unlock the construction zone a bit sooner, which means I can buy, for example, I now know where there are locations of concrete slabs on the map, but I could now do that, unlock the construction zone, and then buy concrete slabs to unlock like the forest base and all the rest of it, which funnily enough, I don't think it's brought the mission up yet for me to unlock the forest base. I don't remember seeing it when I was just scrolling through all those different missions, and even looking on here, I think it might still just be covered in the clouds. So you may have to drive near enough to that, really, to get that to unlock as well. Automosity, I can't even 100% contamination due to a bug. Is that, I think it's the same for everyone. Not that that really helps, but if I go... I'm going to have to unplug. See, I've got to unplug my PlayStation remote. Now it'll listen to the mouse. If I go to like my normal playthrough, I'm only on 96% and I've completed everything, but it says 20 out of 22 side objectives, but I have no more side objectives on there. What someone said that might be the case, because looking at this, you'd assume there's 2 side objectives that still need to ping up on here. But someone said they've gone through Map Runner, which I believe is a website that tells you like every mission you need to do on like Roadcraft and SnowRunner and so on. And they reckon we've actually completed 22 side missions, but for some reason 2 of them didn't notch up. So we've probably already have actually 100%ed it, including the extra 2 missions, rather than it being a case where it's just missing and we still need to do 2 when it gives us the chance. So yeah, in theory that should already be ticked off, but if that's what you're on about, yeah, oh yeah, shit, I've got to, what is it, escape. I've got to use my keyboard. Yeah, I'm on 96% and I can't get any higher. So the bad news is, yeah, you can't get to 100%. The good news is it ain't just you, so at least at some point it should be fixed in what hopefully is like the next major patch. And then in theory, if we have done everything, that should just then go to 100% and it should count the 2 missions. Or worst case, it's just going to add 2 other side missions we'll then need to complete. Beanie London, there are a couple of slabs at the fence outside the forest base, left side of gate. Yeah, cheers man, I grabbed them the other day as well, and that and another location where I grabbed those 2 sort of generator things from, like the little round motor, electric motor looking things. Yeah, to get the forest base done. Rebel by choice, hey mate, I'm back. Sounds like you're wrapping up. Yeah, pretty much, man. About done for now. I was just, if you've only just got back, yeah, in fact, sorry, I'm just going to plug my remote back in, because it's just more natural to use the remote. Oh, I can still use the mouse at the minute. Yeah, I just drove over to the corner to see if you can actually unlock the construction zone, or the mission to unlock it a bit sooner, and it turns out you can. So yeah, 30%, that's still, when you think, near enough. A third of the game, a third of the map done tonight. That's not too bad. So in theory, it should take 3, maximum of 4, I suppose, live streams, or 2 or 3 more to get it all done. And I'll know, obviously, over the next week I'll be doing my normal playthrough. So I'll figure out how to do the next missions the quickest way possible. That's quite nice, that screen, with less faff and the message of the day and all that up there. Quite like that. Might have to use that. You see now, what I normally do when I end the stream, if you're wondering why the ratio of the screen is a bit off, I go back to, oh no, not full screen, and then when I hit apply, it might have changed the, let's have a look. Yeah, it might have changed the size of the screen on the on YouTube, but now I can either switch between the game or OBS. But once I bring the game up like so, I can't see any OBS, so I can't see anyone's comments, which is why I put it into like a windowed mode for when I do a live stream. Just throwing that out there. Lizzie40F, I got the same on Contamination, and the AI truck don't come out the tunnel on Washout. Oh, does it not? I've not even got to that glitch yet, but I'm assuming I will get that. I'm stuck at the minute on Washout on a bloody tree that won't spawn. Oh, sorry, won't die. Well, I've ran it over plenty of times. Again, someone suggested try ramming it like into the square. That's what she said. Which I'm going to give that a go, but yeah, if not, I'm stuck on some other glitch before I even get to what is apparently then a glitchy AI tunnel thing. So yeah, they really need to pull their finger out their arse and release some kind of patch for that DLC in general, because that's now going to be both maps that are uncompletable at the minute. Rebel, I made it to see the end. You did, dude. You got in just in time. What was it? Oh, it's pretty much 6:30 anyway. I thought I was finishing a little early, but I suppose I have a couple of minutes early, but it's about there. My cat's back. That means it's time. He needs fattening up for the 4th odd time today. He's definitely trying to get his winter fatness going. Yeah, like I say, I'll leave it there then. Yeah, I'll carry on with normal. With Washout. Well, again, if I don't get stuck on that glitch tree mission. And yeah, I'll sort of go from there. But yeah, cheers for popping in and on and hanging out and all the rest of it. And enjoy your morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is wherever you are. And I'll be back soon. Beanie London, by the way, I do think your volume is very quiet. I can barely hear you on my phone turned up full. Is that, I'll try and move, like, is that a bit better? It's like the microphone's near enough touching my mouth at that point. But like I said, it's because I got a headset on. It's like, you know, it's like the bendy metal tube that the microphone's connected to. I kind of bend it near my mouth, but then just it slowly flexes away from my mouth. And when you get to where it probably is about now, it probably does sound, for some reason, it's a lot more quiet on live streams than like when I edit a video. I can move the mic a lot further away from me and it still sounds sort of alright. But yeah, that's why I don't know if you can't see actually, but on OBS I've got it up right now. I've got audio turned up like to the max, so I can't actually get it any higher than that really. I've just got to keep making sure the mic's like right next to my face. Rebel, yeah, I said that this morning. Notice that we're going out of square. Oh, was it you that said it? Yeah, cheers, man. I will go and try that out because it's a good point, and yeah, there is a chance. Like, I still think that's a bit of a crap way of like if it ends up being that, like that's sort of on them still. But yeah, nonetheless, I appreciate it. That's a good suggestion. That might be a way around it. Beanie London, yes, yeah. I think, like I say again, even now, it's just like the mic slowly sort of tries to move away. I'm tempted at some point to buy a mic, but I was looking, they're about 50 quid, and then I've got to buy the clamp thing as well to clamp it onto the table. But I might get one at some point, even though I do like this mic. But every now and then it sort of is a bit weird, and it'd probably be nice to have a backup mic, just so, yeah, like worst case, if anything did happen to this headset. To be fair, I have actually got another one of this headset as well. It's like the Turtle Beach. Is it called like the P50 or something? You can barely find them now. They've got the P60, I think it is. Well, this might be the 60. Oh, no, I think it is the 50. But yeah, I can't like. Luckily, I bought one a couple of years ago as a spare, and you can't find them now. They're pretty damn cheap as well. Like for how good they are. It's one of the clearest mics I've ever had, really. Like my other headset is a Turtle Beach. I think it's like the P800 Elite or something. They were back in the day. They were quite expensive. They're a bit cheaper now. And yeah, that mic's crap by comparison. Rebel, I'm hearing you fine now. It's louder. Yeah, again, like it's near enough touching my mouth. Nearly hear my lips brushing against it. That's what she said. Sounds great. Yeah. Anyway, I'll call it a day there. But yeah, cheers everyone for popping in on that, and enjoy yourselves whatever you get up to. And I'll be back soon. Again, I've got to remember how I stop this thing. Oh yeah, there it is. Stop streaming. That makes sense. Yeah. Cheers, guys.